I got YouTube working. I'm a hero. I'm a hero. It is like it's like the weather has to be a certain way. I have to do things in a specific order, then log out, log in, log out again, restart the stream. It's like so many things have to go right for me to be able to do that. Pizza, what the fuck? What the fuck is that? Like, God, sometimes I start stream and I'm like, okay, I love like normal people, but I mean, why? Like, I'm so sleepy. Yeah, it's probably because I've been stringing you along for 7 years. Clearly, ugh, that's right. It's true. It's actually I'm actually sleeping with all my mods. That's how that works. In case you didn't know, that's that's part of being a mod. Just in case you didn't know. I swear to God, losing my goddamn mind. That's not what that meant. I don't get it. What does it mean? I'm so confused. Oh God, maybe it's me. Maybe it's me. Maybe I'm the confused one. Whatever. Fine. I'm chill. Just pizza, you've been here for so long and I'm so confused. I just don't understand. I don't understand. I never understand anything. Silly girl. Also, it's not 7 years. I've only been a mod coming up on 3 years. Not that I'm counting. I need a nap. That's what I need. That I need a nap. Maybe that's the problem. The lack of nap. It's fine. Anyway, happy Friday, everyone. So good. It's Friday. Yay. Well, that was a rhetorical question. How about that local sporting team we clearly care a lot about? What sporting team? I care about sports because I care about sports. I do. I care about sports. I care about balls. This is a full-blown house deposit. So
Monthly
Satos,
meows.
63
Meow,
months. Thank
meow,
you.
Meow, 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 meow.
Girl, that was violent. Oh, that dragonfly. That dragonfly is about to be buried somewhere. Where? I don't know, but it's about to be buried somewhere. I don't know, but wow. It must have been buried in there. And that is not an acceptable burial spot now. So it shall be buried elsewhere. Fine. We're chilling. Anyway, I've been deep in research today. It's been delightful. My brain got bigger. That was fun. Research that will amount to nothing once again. Most likely. That makes one of us. Your day's only just starting. You're fine. You got plenty of time. What have you been researching? So much. So much. I have been deep in like social dominance theory. What else? I will volunteer for medical trials for food. Huh? Saw the Ophelia video. Well done by Tay Tay. Yeah, there's a lot going on in the video. It's got a good dance. On the land, the sea, the sky. You know, that's fun. My brain still hurts from that last video. Well, luckily for you, we're doing another one today. Oh. Get it out. She's already had her puffer, so. It's much cooler here today, thank goodness. Brain rot, it's definitely not necessarily. I feel like yesterday was more brain rot than today's gonna be. It was 18 here and that's already too hot. Did your brain go enough to counteract the shrinkage from the other video? I am not sure, to be honest. Three degrees? That's cold. That's cold. Wow. Yeah, you guys are really getting into that cold era. Hold on, I'll be right back. I just felt a poppy seed in my. Got it out. Everything's fine. Nobody has to worry about me. Hello, Jot. Welcome. As they say, winter is coming. Winter is not coming. Summer is coming for me. Summer and a lot of money spent on sunscreen and feeling pale in a country made for people who flourish in the sun. I'm not a sun flourisher. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm not the girl that flourishes in the sun, even though I like it for my mental health. Yeah, but the southern hemisphere doesn't count. Only the northern hemisphere is the only important one. Yeah, well, literature would agree with you. Slip, slap, or what does it matter now? Well, skin cancer is not like a super fun way to go, you know? Sometimes I have dreams about it metastasizing to my brain. Although my dream last night was far less exciting. I literally dreamt I was helping Nat put an earring on. So that was, she like had to get on stage and I was helping her put this earring on because it was a really complicated earring. And I was like, don't worry, we got this. And it was like with seconds to go. Anyway, I have a really rich inner life. Um, you could rock the summer goth umbrella look. I could. I could. I don't if I had a lot of money, then I know that sounds like a cop out, but I feel like I would be more fashionable if that was the case. But oftentimes every time I think about like creating looks and stuff, even with the clothes I have now, it can be kind of difficult um to create fashion in that way. Want a lot of money? Oh, well, obviously when you win Tiny, I mean, you know, I'm hoping I get like a little cut for being entertaining, you know. It doesn't have to be huge, you know. A simple house would suffice. There are worse things than your inner dreams being able to help your friends. You're not wrong. I'm like one tired morning away from just deciding to wear the same thing every office day. I feel like men can get away with that though. Clothing is still crazy expensive for men, but you can wear the same outfit. Like if you buy quality, you can get away with like a version of the same outfit and call it personal style pretty easily. Get comfy. Here you go. It's never socks and sandals time. I mean, men's clothing does have less variety. You can still be fashionable, but it's I don't know. Am I going to make this a conversation about a pink tax and how it's so different? I saw the funniest take I saw today was that men used to be prettier, but then they'd go hunting in the woods and they wouldn't be able to concentrate because they just want to fuck each other, and so evolution um, made men less pretty so they could really focus on the hunting. So that every time they went on hunting trips, they didn't want to fuck each other in the woods. And that sounds like science to me, you guys. Clearly evidence-based science. All right, like I was deep in actual science today, so that felt like a little bit of a treat. It's worth investing in a good coat though. Truly. Oh no, the little dog's yapping again. We're about to hear a dog conversation. Um I've never heard that theory. That's so crazy when it's so scientific and clearly like a really evidence-based theory. Oh, I mean, I agree, Marco. Honestly, I think the greatest thing a man can do for his fashion is an iron or a steamer. Clothes just look better when they don't have crinkles in them. Speaking of hunting, I hunted a chook in a bag and some bread for dinner. Wow, that's culture. I love that for you. The old bachelor's handbag. Crinkles give my clothes character. Yeah, no, I don't think that is the overarching consensus, but you know, you do you. Hey Posix, how you doing? Now, slim fit definitely suits some people. I think it kind of just depends. Crinkles are in, guys. Guys, yes, there are people who wear fashion who can make a crinkly piece look good, but in general, you're actually just so wrong. And this is cope, okay? It's cope. I hate to tell you. Well, it's not a very good hand steamer, is it? Slim Fit doesn't give you enough mobility to move around and dance. You're so right. If you're going dancing, you should not wear Slim Fit. How much dancing are you doing? I worked hard to look like I just rolled out of bed. Yeah. My work shirts are expressly do not iron. Well, that's good. Unwashed clothes are in, y'all. I don't think I can. I think I've given up on fixing any of you. There's just, there's no hope. One of the best things I ever did was buy the expensive shirts that don't need ironing. Tasty, sometimes you are my dad, because I'm pretty sure he did the same thing. Pixel. Are we digging the floor? Come here. What did wait, you can't be bored. We've had a good day. Full-blown house deposit, so...
Oh, so happy to see your stream if even briefly. Knowing you're here helps me sleep easier. The world seemingly gets scarier every day, and knowing you are out here doing your small part makes me happy and gives me hope. Remember, you matter, you make a difference, you are enough.
That is so nice, Dirty Bird.
With you in it. I'm forever grateful I found your streams, and it is the best money I spend each
56 months. That's a long time. Thank you so much. I'm so grateful. And the kind things, as always. Thank you so much. Take note, everybody else. That's how you do a compliment. You want to say hello to everybody? Dog content's real in right now, I hear. Hold on. She's going to cough because she just... Yeah, okay. See, she sits on my lap like this, but I don't see how it can be comfortable. We need a better chair for us so that, we need a better chair. But now I have to sit like this until she decides she's done. So get one of the double wide chairs. I do. I should invest in a new chair soon, but I'm also nervous too because I've had this chair for so long and I've had no back problems. So I'm not going out. No, you look gorgeous. Thank you. You're just being punked because I'm wearing black. Yeah, linen looks all right if it's crinkled. I agree with that, Dirty Bird. That's different. That's like how linen sheets look cool if they're a little bit wrinkled. I love sitting with Pixel like this sometimes because it makes me feel like the most evil version of myself. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm Dr. Evil petting a cat, but I'm not. Do you know what I mean? I don't know, Professor Fappington. But I have to sit, so I've got my legs crossed, and then she's like tucked into the middle, but She has nowhere to lean her head unless I put my arm down for her to lean her head on. So I'm not even wearing earrings today. Thanks, Shaky. Oh, Persix, you're fine. Did you have a nice time at PAX anyway? I know. Well, most of my ear holes are filled, just not the main ones. Because I'm like, well, what's the point of wearing? I don't know. I've been streaming so long that occasionally I'll like dress up really properly for stream, but most of the time I'm just looking to be comfortable. You know? Sore feet and all. I love that for you. Dirty Bird, that's so funny. What do you like the linen? It keeps wrinkling. Oh, that's crazy. Do you know what linen is? At least Pixel's not hot today. There's been a good breeze all day. Are you done? Hop up? It'll be interesting to see if she stays in her bed tonight because the blankets that are on it are the ones that occasionally do the static electricity. So we know she doesn't like that. The men can't wear suits for streams. If they did that, they'd become unrelatable. Posing's crazy. Let's see. Fuck that, I look great in a suit. Everybody looks great in a suit. A little bit of effort goes a long way. A tailored suit goes a long way. Suits that aren't tailored do look kind of bad. Like, prove it, wear a suit. Ugh, that seems uncomfortable. Also, remember the one time I wore the pink suit on stream and it unzipped in the crotch? I can't do that. There's no way she has to pee, right? Like, she's not settling. Hold on. No. There's no way. I took her out just before stream. She's probably just like, oh, we're back to this again. She's talking to the screens. How annoying. She was digging around earlier. Yeah, but I took her out just before stream, unless she didn't do it all. You don't have to afford a tailor. You can literally, tailoring a suit in a lot of ways is just about the ankles. And you can watch a YouTube video on how to sew that. Truly. I'm actually going to sew some buttons on a skirt. I thrifted a skirt for $6. I'll show you. I lied. It was $8. I think it's so cute. But clearly it had buttons. And they obviously took the buttons off. So I went and I bought buttons. That I thought would look pretty cute. Ooh, shiny. Kate, what a time to arrive. I thought they would look cute.
Ooh, shiny.
Thank you for the 62 months. Corduroy, I haven't had anything corduroy in such a long time. I love corduroy. It's cool. It's like 70s, and I like 70s fashion. Right? So buttons. And they're just the kind that you go through. Actually, I might even be able to sit here and do this while we chat. I'm not as deep in sewing as Kate is. I miss laundry discourse. You did. Crazy. How do I get this out? There we go. I will keep this. It might come in handy for tying my plants. Yeah, it's a lot of studying to do that. Hold on. It was not even about ironing. I was just saying that if you want to look nice in your clothes, oftentimes it helps a lot if you what do you call it? If you iron them. Kate, this is the skirt I thrifted. It was $8. And then, yeah. But like, I'm assuming I can just put the buttons over where they originally had the buttons. Because I think it will look really cute. It might not. We'll find out together, shall we? She'll be right. Did it go through? No. It didn't, but that's okay. I need like one of those thimbles, which I do not have. Trad Wife stream. Yeah, Taylor Swift's album got me feeling trad. I'm joking. I might have to go like through. Honestly, what I should do is I should unpick the other sewing, but who could be bothered? See, I think that will look really cute. We'll find out together. And if I do a bad job, we can do it again. We do have to go this way though. Maybe a chainmail glove as well as a thimble would, yeah, well, this will just have to do for now. Chat, I deeply dislike sewing. But do you want to know why? It's because when I was a teenager, I had to sew so many point shoes. And it wasn't really fun. If that makes sense. I mean, this is kind of, it's easy. I'm not fast, but she'll be knitting a basketball net next. Yeah, for the driveway. Yeah, that's what I'll be doing. Guys, go through the whole. Oops. I got it caught on the button. I just want to learn how to hem and repair. Well, hemming isn't too hard, right? Yeah, well, it's got to go through the hole for the button to stay on. What are you making your husband for his lunches this week? Lol. Honestly, I haven't even been very good with my lunches this week. You want to know what it's been? A strawberry matcha latte. Point shoes? Yeah, I used to be a ballet dancer. You wouldn't know it now. It's definitely previous life. Shit. But so with point shoes, oh thanks, Goba. With point shoes, you get them, but you have to sew the ribbons on and elastics and break them in. And I was going through a pair a week. So keep in mind, you have to sew a pair of point shoes a week. And it used to be my least favorite activity. If you ask nicely, I might be able to go find my point shoes. I can show you. I've bought them out on stream before. Just gonna make sure I'm getting it through the hole. That sounds healthy, Strawman. I mean, the reality is, you guys, that these buttons are probably going to fall off at some point if I do not treat this skirt with the reverence it deserves. Butter, I'm surprised you did any. What training did you do? It is very unusual unless you make it to the very top of ballet for men to wear point shoes. That's surprising. Because there's very few men that have the anatomy to be able to dance on point. How goes the sewing? I'm feeling very trad, but really I just want a skirt with cute buttons. How many how much how many do you think I have to do? How much sewing? Like how many times does it have to be? Oh, look how cute it is though. Oh, it's gonna be nice. Hold on. I think it's gonna like that'll look good, I think. Yeah, I am reaping what I am sowing, like right now. You think 20 times? I'll just do however much thread I've got. You did private ballet lessons at Dance Factory? That's wild. I know lots of people that went to Dance Factory. That's crazy. Oops. Simply add glue. I mean, look, lots of people swear by hot glue, but what was your main training then? Guys, I feel like this button's gonna stay on. I do not like hand sewing. This is not fun, but and like these truly are just aesthetic buttons. It's not like they have to work. Do you do the reinforcement sew? I mean, It looks, that's gonna hold. Oh, that's cool. All right, now we have to just knot it. Oh, Pixel darling. We can tap dance. I was never very good at tap. I tell you what, the person who sewed buttons on before me didn't do the neatest job either, so. That will do. Don't ask me, I have no scissors here, so we're box cuttering this. Don't you think that'll be, I mean, I think it'll be cute. I'm worried. I don't think these buttons were spaced out correctly, so I might do this next one a little lower and then the last one a little higher. Like where they were doesn't really track. So fetch. I mean, I think it's cute. I think it will be, I don't know. We'll see if I can work it into a fit at some point. Whether or not that is the reality. Time for a tape measure. I mean, I do have a tape measure, but it could be. Yeah, but I have a pretty good eye. I mean, the second one doesn't matter. It'll be getting the third one correct. That will be the challenge. It's hard. This one has less of a guide, so. Or you could do the third and aim for the middle with the second. You know, that would have made some sense, but I feel like that looks pretty good. Making sense in 2025 band? Okay, I'm not trying to make. What do you have to wear with the skirt? No idea. But for $8 and the color, I like brown as a color. I really like 70s kind of style fashion at the moment. And so when like $8, yeah, exactly. Like you know, even just like a cool pair of tights. I've got lots of brown shoes. Not it might not be for spring, it might be for next autumn, who knows? You know? But I've done really well here. Go me. Summer is the perfect time to prepare for next autumn. Well, not necessarily, but hey, when you're thrifting, you are sometimes thrifting opposite seasons because you know, what's cheap is, well, you know, what's available. Find that. Found it. Everything is fine. Well, well, well. Hi, Miggy. Oh. You know what? I'm really proud of myself. How often I immediately get this needle through the hole. It's actually not that hard. Surprising. I know. But truly. Like again. I just did it again. Years of practice. I literally just took this up right now. I guess it's it's the sewing of point shoes. Who knew I'd need this skill in the future? Not me. Hi, Greet. Oh, I did miss that time though. This is really this is so fucked with this hand. It's really not fun and it's quite painful. And it really is just a reminder that I am disabled. Like it's not fun. Because like even though obviously my right hand is doing the majority of the work, it's just even like holding something with this hand is kind of shitty. I'm looking forward to having time for my grandma hobbies again. They're not grandma hobbies. You made medieval hoods. I don't know many grandmas that are out here making medieval hoods, okay? Just saying. I am happy I moved that button down. Was the correct choice. Cool grandma out there somewhere, surely. Probably. You ever tried the thumb compression glove? Yeah, I had one. It doesn't make it any better. I at some point in my life, I will probably get an operation where they fuse the joint if it gets too painful. But for now, it's not that bad. Like it would be bad if um like I can't waitress anymore. I like I can't I really can't do physical labor. That's that's kind of the only thing that's I really I cannot do physical labor. Fuse the joint. Yeah, it's just a different kind of mobility. So they fuse this joint, but this joint doesn't really do very much. So basically they put it back in, fuse it, and then it's straight and you still have movement of this one and this one. But yeah, you don't have movement of that joint, which I don't have movement of that joint anyway. It's weird because I can slide it back in. It feels like it should be able to slide back in, but it doesn't. You know, that's the life I live. Hammer it into place, use duct tape to bind it. You trying to get a doctor's note? I just no. I'm here. I unfortunately for me, I will have a life of mental labor because physical labor is, well, it's not for me anymore. All right, chat. In the words of Meatloaf, 2 out of 3 ain't bad. I feel like this last button was in a very bad position anyway. Like, I think the buttons, like, they're gold. You can't really see. But they were also the only buttons that existed at Spotlight that would even, like, slightly match. They're working on a celiac vaccine? I didn't see that. That's exciting. I'm just gonna use white thread for this last one. Actually, no, I'll use grey. What are we making? I'm literally just sewing buttons on a skirt that I thrifted. Man, imagine being able to eat bread. That'd be exciting. Looks good to me. Way to save the corduroy. Thanks. I'm out here doing the Lord's work. Yeah, pen seemingly it's progressing pretty well. That's cool. Hi, Vox. You may be able to eat bread again. Look, I had a gluten-free bagel today, so that was pretty good. Oh my god, one more to go. Self- Did it go through the hole? No. Gluten-free bagels, do they taste like sadness? No, it tasted pretty good. Really? I was not disappointed. It was fine. Why am I doing this in the dark? Are we mending stuff? No, I'm sewing buttons on a skirt Vox that I thrifted. Because it didn't come with buttons. But I liked the skirt enough that I was like, well, fuck. I'll sew the fucking buttons on myself. I'm waiting for the little sound to play when you level up your mending skill. Really. Not just any skirt, a corduroy skirt. That's right. Did not go through the hole. This one is specifically a little more annoying. And my thumb hurts now. I've had enough. I will say, I've done a very good job. And I will pat myself on the back. It's nothing super neat or professional, but the job is done. You know? Oh, I will be able to treat myself with some more of the fucking wine. Did I even put the lid on it in the fridge? It might taste a little funny, but I'm sure it'll be okay. And it is Friday. Hey, Mo. Hey, it's a button. I mean, these buttons are useless buttons. They have no job to do. They are purely decorative buttons. Do you know what I mean? Unfortunately, for these buttons, they do not get to fulfill their button purpose. These are just pretty buttons. They get to live out a hot girl button life in which all they have to do is exist and be sexy. Which, you know, I hear is the button dream. That's button retirement. They are not load bearing. Being pretty is a fair. I wish I could do it too. Alas. Okay, it may be like slightly further apart. No one is going to notice. It is not a big deal. Instead, we have to sew buttons on a skirt to be pretty? What do you mean? I'm just making trad content. Oh, wow. She's such a woman. Wow. I feel compelled to gift 5 subs. Wow. What a feminine aura. Wow. I'll give this lady 10 subs so she can bake bread later. Well, I can't bake bread because of the fucking gluten situation. I suppose I could still bake bread. Have a patriarchy point? Thanks. Pixel. Darling. Come here. I'll take her out after I finish this button just to see. Do you need to go outside? Oh, fuck it. I'll just take her out now. One of the best things I ever bought was a bread maker. I mean, bread makers are pretty cool. Hold on, chat. I'll be back. This is a full-blown house deposit, so
51 is prime. This is not. Happy day pics.
She did like a little wee, but not a whole one. I don't know. 3:30 a.m. time to watch the Australian girls sew buttons. I know, Blue. Very exciting. I figured do it once the hard way and you're allowed to do it much easier later. What? What's doing once the hard way? Oh, baking bread. Baking bread is pretty easy though. Like, you can make pretty complicated bread, but you don't need to. Like, it's I feel it's enough. Can't be doing it. You don't need to. I see what you did there. Did you enjoy Showgirl? Hi, Mamiro. Um, I'm not gonna lie. A lot of the melodies do actually really hit for me now. It's definitely not my favorite album, but I don't think Taylor Swift is a Nazi. But I'm willing to be critical of her because she's a billionaire. And you know, I can see a lot of the critique. If I'm being honest. And I have no problems with that. But also I don't know. We cancel white women like it's going out of style. And I'm not saying white women are the victims. But like, you know, Kanye West literally comes out and is like, I'm a Nazi. And people are like, okay. But yeah, I don't know.
This is a full
Hey.
so
He's unstable though? Yeah, but what's your point? How is that an excuse? I think it's a campaign to divide the left. I mean, yes. I wish I had scissors. I don't know where they are though. I've really lost them. So, do as I say, not as I do. See, chat? It was $8. Tell me that isn't cute. That is gonna be so cute. And like it fits and it'll tie everything in together and like they're pretty well measured. It's fine. $8 and some buttons. Hold on. I'll put it on over the top of the skirt I have on. Wait. I didn't even consider if this will go. me and like it fits really well and like a cute like what do you mean? That's so cute. Yeah, it's really comfy. Yeah, it's you know what? Bitches, this is one of a kind now. This is a one of a kind vintage Pixel Smixel piece, okay? Guys, it's unironically from a brand called Cheap. Iconic. Hey. Biting my tongue, biting my tongue. Merch store announcement? No. I love the weird brands you find in vintage stores. Yeah, I definitely didn't know about that one. Okay, I can give myself a wine now. Hold on. Sorry, I know I'm up and down. We'll settle in. It takes me a while to settle. Me and my dog are the same, okay? It just takes us a while to settle in. Well, chat, if I achieve nothing else today, I sewed some buttons and fulfilled my feminine need to sew. Oh. It's just biology, you guys. What can I say? It's the feminine biological need to put needle to fabric. Obviously, a big part of our evolution. I mean, clothes were, I suppose, a big part of our evolution. And you kept hundreds of people engaged and entertained. There's no way I have over 100 viewers at the moment. Did I get a raid? Where the fuck who is here? There's no way. What? There's no way. There's no way. Why? What? There's no way. Twitch is viewbotting me. That's crazy. Turns out sewing is huge on Twitch. I can't. That's so funny. Chat, say hi if you're here. I know I'm calling out lurkers. You don't have to, but if you want to, say hi if you're here. Because that's crazy. I can't believe that there's no way that... See? Okay. See, there's like 5 people here. Hello, Buggy. Hi, Infinite Radness. Hi, Sim. Hey, Chuckles. Hey, Indigo. Rare. Hello. Oh, Pixel. Hi, Be Real. Hi, Ligree. I'm saying hello to the people who don't usually talk. The rest of you get enough attention. Okay, maybe I lied. Hello, I'm Sam. How are you? I'm pretty good. I just sewed buttons on a skirt. Almost like people lurk or something. Weird. No, we all know people who lurk aren't real viewers. You know, you're not allowed to watch content and not engage with it. That means you're fake. People do like chill content. I mean, the people liking chill content is the only reason I've had a job for as long as I have. My thread craft where I can. The number's gone up because people. Ugh, God. Anyway, does anybody have fun weekend plans? I'm building a magic deck. It's Golgari. It's a deck that is built upon sacrificing men for the good of a woman. I'm going to the capital to visit family. Road trip. Nice. You're going to buy archery stuff and I need to clean. I also need to clean, but I really don't want to do that. Oh, you have to work on the weekend, Therese? Scammed. I'm cleaning my shower and doing laundry. Okay, 2 tasks. That's not too much. I love that for you. Careful, if the men can be sacrificed, so can the witches. Yes, well, I'm putting some powerful witches in the deck. But I will just joke about ignoring that. I'll just come up with another story as to how that interaction works. Watch hockey, drink beer, stuff. Wow. No kings? Good. Oh, that's what I was going to title my stream. Because, I think it's actually quite disappointing that I've been streaming now for about 8 years and I haven't even started planning building an arch for myself. Like after I've achieved so much and no arch. Kind of it's I really don't think I've dreamed big enough. So nice, Timida. My plan is to not leave the house today, then we'll figure out where to go from there. Oh God, I didn't leave the house today except for walking Pixel and it was really sexy. It's one of my favorite hobbies. There's some rad ghost divas that work well in what you're trying to do. Yeah, I'm working on it. It's mostly life gain. It's mostly an aristocrat deck, I think, where it's like a life gain. You lose life, I gain life. I fuck with you and ruin all of your plans. It's going to be like very powerful, hopefully. We'll see. Have you at least got a ballroom, Teresk? I don't even have a ballroom yet. Subscribe today. Aristocrats, like the joke? No, I think that's the name of the magic deck that I'm building. I think that's the kind. Hey, Sham.
This is a full-blown house deposit. So
Ballroom.
Ballroom.
Thank you so much for subscribing from my future dream of a ballroom. If I do ever have a ballroom, I will host balls. that are free to come to. I'll find a way to do it. But the problem is, if I've already thought, I've journaled this before, but if I'm ever in a position to have a ball, you do have to learn specific dances. You don't get to come to the ball unless you dance. Because it is about people dancing together. Like it's literally the dancing. So that's right. You need to be more heartless to announce your ballroom construction. Oh no, I'm gonna be the one good billionaire. I'm dreaming big, okay? I'm Latin American, please. Oh yeah, Blue, you'll be fine. You got this. So no line dancing? I'm thinking we'll have different sections. They can be line dancing and waltzing and then obviously Latin. You know, a little bit of salsa, maybe a cha-cha or two. Well, Salmon, that's where this conversation stemmed from. The fact that I am yet to have an arc. Or an arch. I feel like anybody can cha-cha. 1, 2, cha-cha-cha. 1, 2, cha-cha-cha. 1, 2, cha-cha-cha. It's, you know, it's quite simple. I think waltzing is unironically more difficult than cha-chaing because with waltzing, it's kind of like a 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and people seem to struggle a little bit more with the down, up, down, up, sway, up, down, up, right? People struggle with that more than the 1, 2, cha-cha-cha, 1, 2, cha, you know? Already lost me. Look, it's not that complicated. I feel like it's not that complicated. Speaking of dances, I recently discovered a beautiful anime you might enjoy. Tell me now. I must add it to the list. Welcome to the ballroom. Okay. There's my TV list. God, my notes app is... It's a little... Type B. Like, if I die and someone goes through my notes app, it goes like Fluffy Torpedo Brunswick, Call RACV, Brides of Christ, Buy Cocktail Shaker, Little Red Trucks, GHD Curly Ever After, Holders for Plants, Philips Light Bulbs, Clothes, perhaps horse riding? How I Left the Vegan Left. Deadlock? Question mark? Men used to hunt. Don't ask questions, chat. These are my notes. That's one of my notes. I started doing one of these. Unfortunately, I do love falling asleep on the couch, sometimes being mean to men, having one song on repeat. Taylor Swift QAnon. What else is here? I wish this was a weekly segment. I can't make it a weekly segment. It's too much of a window into my soul. Yeah, same, Blue. My personal favorite list I've got here is dill, capers, lemon, brine, cucumber, carrot, capsicum, crackers, fruit, hummus, spicy. That's a good one. And then I've got one here called True Life Optimization. And it currently on that list is a dressing gown, no outside clothes on the bed, water, sunlight, and air. And then the last one is bocconcini balls. Fuck, I'm fun. This is great content. What the hell? Then there's a note of me keeping track of Pixel's shits when she was sick. Wednesday, I think she ate a lamb bone and she was panting at night. Thursday, panting at night. Friday, 2 small poos. Saturday, poop, some mucus. Sunday, poop, fine. She recovered. Then I've got in here, I've got a Sabrina Carpenter nonsense outro that I was really proud of. Sorting all my cards, I got a stiff neck. Looking up at you, I'm thinking, oh heck. Boy, it's crazy, you got a real big deck. I'm not gonna lie. I was pretty proud of that one. I don't know. I don't know why that's in there. Mm-hmm. Yep. You saw a Sabrina Carpenter commander deck this morning? Amazing. Oh my god, I've got other lyrics in here. He a no fat, but he don't work hard. He don't play hard. He don't get hard. No nut. That's all. I hope you're enjoying this, chat. This is some real insight for you here. I have a note called dailies. At one point in my life, I was like, I'll make my life Neopets and I'll create dailies for myself. You can imagine what they were. Can't wait for what we're doing after sewing buttons and reading your notes. What do you mean? This is incredible content. You don't have to bark at the dogs. Maybe we can sort some socks. Actually, my sock bucket is currently sorted. I had a good old-fashioned sock pairing party on my own, like recently, without you guys. I do have a huge pile of clothes that I need to deal with from PAX, and I need to clean my kitchen. But neither of those things really sounded appealing to me today, so I ignored them. Not the flashbang. Lots of present lists. There's a lot of ones I'm not reading out, obviously, but like there's a lot of ones that are like me patting myself on the back. Like this one, it says, today I cooked myself breakfast, walked Pixel, went to yoga, got frozen yogurt, washed my hair, worked, cooked dinner for my friends, did a load of washing, put it away, and watched TV. And then at the bottom of this, it says, it sounds like nothing. But if you told 2020 chronic pain me that she did that much in a single day, she would laugh in your face. Don't know why I wrote that in my notes app. I now journal handwritten.
It's a full-blown house deposit, so
79 months.
Sometimes it is crazy. Like, I was not able to do a lot. Clash, thank you so much for the 79 months. Then I have a notes app that says things to stay alive for. And currently on it, it has Wicked, to see if Game of Thrones get finished, a seafood boil, a jazz sing-along bar. There's more, but I'm not going to read them all out. Then there's like me calculating my finances for like Morocco. Praise does nothing for me, so self-praise feels gross. You know, I used to feel the same way, right? But then when I realized that our brains are kind of like wired to remember negative things and reinforce those negative things so that we don't do them again. Like we have what is it? What's the word I'm looking for? Like a tendency, I suppose, to prioritize negative things in our brains. Sometimes saying things that you've done well out loud or, self-praise like that helps reinforce the things that have gone well that sometimes you don't pay attention to. You know? Oh, absolutely, Sotomo. Happens all the time. I've always been, ever since I had my chronic pain condition, I've always been a little bit ashamed, I guess. Like, I think I experience shame when it comes to how many tasks I'm able to complete on any given day, especially when you watch Parents or whatever. And so reminding myself that I came from a place where I could barely get out of bed is important so that I don't feel the shame associated with not living life in, I guess, the fast lane. Does that make sense? Um, because like I even have friends that I am just so impressed by on a regular basis as to how much they do, I guess, on any given day. And I would say that on a scale, I think I exist somewhere in the middle. Like I do a decent amount. I think I do a lot of living now that I'm in a better place physically. Um, but it's still not like I wouldn't say I'm fully optimized, you know. And I don't want to be. Hey, Adventure Fabs. Here's the thing for someone who stumbled into a chronic pain condition, you did and do a lot. Yeah. Look, Evbo, that's what it felt like for me. Sometimes by Dend, I feel like that's how I feel about my life when I'm explaining my life. I don't think people know what I remember the funeral debacle. People don't know what to ask me because they don't have a husband or children. Like they don't know what to ask me because I don't there's a lot that goes on in my life, but there's also nothing to tell. Without that skull you wouldn't resonate as well. Are you saying that I am privileged because of how I look? Because sure, but also no. Now I'm retired, there's even less for people to ask. That's why you care about people's hobbies and like, you know, what they enjoy doing. Whether it's gardening or reading or, you know. Skull have a privilege. Please spare a thought for all the musically inclined slugs. Oh, I wouldn't try and chug a pint of water. Was going for bone prisons? I don't understand. I personally love when people keep asking me about work as if that's all we are. Yeah, your kidneys would thank you. Yeah, I'm busy. Me and my kidneys, we're having a tiff right now. We're not seeing eye to eye, me and my kidneys, at this very moment, if you know what I mean. They probably have to sterilize it, I guess, Fox? I'm not sure. They could probably 3D print a bit of skull these days until they were able to grow a graft, maybe? What about you and your liver? I think it's fine, guys. My pee is really healthy. You're welcome. Truly, I haven't been eating gluten for a while, and I am actually really digestively healthy. I also haven't been really eating corn and lots of whole foods, and I don't even have Swedish candy in the house or chocolate at the moment. The only sweet thing I'm having in a day is a strawberry matcha. Oh, look at you with your fancy pea. Let's not spread that one around, shall we? I hate being asked about work because I have to censor everything for privacy. Yeah. No, I don't keep a stool diary. No. But you know if it's good, all right? You know if it's good. Thanks for the update about the state of your intestinal health. Well, the reality is I could still be dying. Okay, just tuned in. Butter chicken, what a time to arrive. Well, you do just for the dog. Well, that's because I was so freaked out about the dog. I thought she'd ingested a bone and she wasn't going to be able to digest it. I was freaking out. What's the best water you can drink in AU? Melbourne water's pretty good. Adelaide water is by far the worst. I mean, I have celiac disease, Karma. 100%. Even though I have no blood markers, I have celiac disease. So. What do you expect on Tuesday our time with Airbus Elbows meeting with the Orange Man? Okay. I love Australian politics is so fucked at the moment. Guys, there is not an amount of money you could pay me to go into politics. There is no winning. There is no winning. Like, I have critique of Anthony Albanese, but the way algorithms work now, it's like this man navigated Trump's tariffs so far in a way that has really protected Australia. And we all sit here not knowing the depths of necessity in our status as a US ally, and the things that we have to navigate regarding trade, national security, just, the Trump's irrationality. And people are like, this man got on an airplane and took some time off. It's wild. I am so disenfranchised with politics in general. It's why I find myself leaning into philosophy and just educating myself in general, because if you can teach the public how fickle they are and how biased they are a lot of the time, I mean, I feel like we could get a little bit further than we do. But it's just everyone is so fickle and so immediately incorrect a lot of the time. It's so frustrating. I mean, Vox, he might. I don't know what to tell you guys. America is beyond its descent into fascism. It's there. As I sit on the couch and watch videos of masked ICE agents abduct children off the street, an American 13-year-old boy, sure, he looked Mexican, I guess, but he was an American citizen. And he's just abducted off the street by ICE, sent to 2 different detention centers before his parents could even find him. That is not rule of law. It's not land of the free, home of the brave. It's fear. It's fear. It's white supremacy. It's fascism. America will never be disarmed. My hottest take is that if you're in America, you should be armed, or at least know how to use a gun. And that's not everybody agrees with that take, but I don't think it's possible to disarm America. And like in a perfect world, I am a pacifist, but I don't live in a perfect world. We live right here, and I think you're stuck with guns. I agree, and I try, but so few people want to learn together. Yeah, I mean, if I was in America, I would probably learn to use a gun. Even my sister, who was in the army, she taught me just a couple of self-defense things that a lot of people, I guess, don't know. Um, so you know, that's always fun to know, but I agree, Rokus. But I think the chance of it's not like one big American Civil War, but it will be lots of them that break out in different cities across the country, and it will happen. I think it is a matter of time now. And this is not me being particularly doomer about it. I do think this is the reality. Um I don't think the US is a safe place to be. I don't think any place in the US is a safe place to be. Um, and I do think in some ways there's a little bit of prepping that most Americans should do. Um, and it's not necessarily having a bug out bag, but I do think it can be a decent thought exercise to think about what you would do in a certain amount of situations. Oh, I think an economic crash is inevitable. But I mean, guys, I'm a millennial. I've seen a few economic crashes in my time. And like, how bad's it gonna be? Oh, sure, we could all end up homeless and sad. Okay, cool. We go again. I just wealth disparity is already worse than it was in the 1920s, right? It is a matter of time. The produce section at Walmart tonight was bare, save a few kooks and some onions. Fuck. I just like if you have people around you, you should maintain the bonds with the people around you. Be good to the people around you. You know, be a villager in whatever your village is. All right. Digging again. Where's your ball? Where's your ball? Are you bored? Yeah. Where's your ball? Where's your ball? where's your ice cream? I don't know. I mean, finding work is pretty hard. Any of those are tickling my fancy. Oh, you're so clever. You did bring me your ice cream. You're gonna run away with it now, you little rat. Come back. Hi, Dean. This is interesting. Let's have a look at this. It's only 9 minutes. Dean, yeah. A lot of the melodies I find really catchy. I don't find the lyrics particularly relatable, but you know.
There's a war raging in Western Victoria, not one of bullets or politics, but of land, between big mining companies chasing critical minerals and farmers who have lived on their. There's a war raging in Western Victoria, not one of bullets or politics, but of land, between big mining companies chasing critical minerals and farmers who have lived on their piece of country for generations. On one side stands families whose livelihoods depend on the health of their soil, people whose roots go back as far as their crops. On the other are the mining companies backed by billions in investment, promising jobs, prosperity.
You know, whenever I see this sort of landscape, it really just makes me think that Mad Max is the inevitable outcome. You know what I mean? Like sometimes, like when I see landscapes that look like mining landscapes, I'm like, oh, so it is just gonna be a dust bowl then, like Mars all over.
And the minerals that will drive the world's renewable energy revolution. And caught between them is a landscape that has already lived a dozen lives. A place that was once an ancient shoreline 500 million years ago, later a shallow sea full of black sands, and now a patchwork of golden paddocks concealing what could be the next frontier of rare earth mining. This isn't a simple story of good guys and bad guys. It's a collision between two kinds of time, geological and biological, and two kinds of inheritance, the minerals of the deep earth and the living soil of the surface. But to be real with you straight off the bat, I don't know which side I stand on. I see both sides and totally understand them. So I suppose that means I'll try to present this video in.
Do you know what? I don't disagree with him either. Like it is complicated, right? Champagne. Mining. Try that. Hold on. I don't know why Pixel's not settled. Do you know sometimes I think it's on the days that I give her goat for dinner and she gets mad that she didn't get any CHIC chicken. And she feels like I ripped her off because it's like a different texture. But she has gotten into bed now, so.
A balanced way. But to really understand what's at stake beneath those farms near Horsham, Donald and Swan Hill, we need to go back, way back, to when Victoria itself was being built. We are a geology channel after all.
Yes, well, we know that from the gold rush.
4 to 500 million years ago, the area
Well, we didn't know this channel was a geology channel, but Victoria obviously got a lot going on geologically.
that would one day become Western Victoria sat on the edge of the supercontinent Gondwana. The land was young, raw and unstable, a long stretch of continental margin facing the ocean, with volcanic arcs and deep trenches marking where new crust was forming and
We were under the ocean.
old crust was being swallowed. In that world, what's now Victoria's western uplands, around Stawell, Glenelg and the Grampians region, were beaches and shallow seas. Rivers dumped sand and mud into coastal basins where they settled in layers. Over millions of years, those sediments were buried, squeezed, folded and metamorphosed into hard quartzite and schist, the backbone of Victoria's Western Highlands. So yes, Western Victoria really was a beach, once, a shoreline of the Ordovician and Silurian eras, lapped by ancient waves and teeming with early marine life. When we look at those quartzite ridges today, we're looking at the cemented remains of sandbars that once marked the edge of the ancient Australian continent. It's poetic in a way. Those same rocks, those ancient beaches, are the original source of the minerals now being fought over. Because from those ancient sands came the zircon, rutile, ilmenite and monazite grains that weathered, washed and eventually settled again in younger deposits. The black sands
Fuck, I love rocks.
lying beneath modern farmland. Fast forward to the late Miocene and Pliocene, between about 6 and 3 million years ago. By then Victoria had eroded into a subdued landscape of rolling hills and river plains. To the north and west lay a Great Depression, the Murray Basin, slowly filling with sediment from the Victorian Highlands. Then came the sea once more. Global sea levels rose modestly, not catastrophic floods, but enough to push shallow marine waters far inland across what is now the Wimmera and Mallee. Over time, the coastline advanced and retreated repeatedly, laying down long curving beach ridges, as each wave of the sea built new barriers of sand and gravel.
I love how much we know about historical, geography and geology.
These are known today as the Loxton Parilla Sands, and they stretch in broad arcs across Western Victoria, buried just beneath the soil.
And this is
In those
what
Neogene
they're
beaches,
after?
the same heavy minerals that once formed in the Ordovician sands were concentrated again by wave action, a geological recycling event that created vast
I mean, there will be a new waterfront soon. I don't know what to tell you. Coastal areas have issues.
black sand deposits. When the sea finally retreated for the last time, it left behind a landscape that looked much like today's, flat, dry and fertile.
Yeah, but you just don't know how great so there's a lot of soil in Australia that's fucked from farming. Just because of the way it was farmed historically. A soil can get to a point where it's no longer nutrient dense, you can barely even graze cattle on it just because of what has happened to it. So nutrient rich or dense soil is a resource that is more important than it's part of the whole Ukraine war situation. It's a partial reason why Russia invaded Ukraine, because soil is so important. Yeah, but vertical farming only works for some things. Vertical farming, yes. Lots of farms, even strawberry farms here in Australia, a lot of them strawberries are planted off the ground, right? Strawberries aren't planted in the ground. They're planted off the ground under greenhouses and stuff like that, because that's how it works.
But beneath it lay an inheritance millions of years in the making. Now those buried strand lines are at the heart of a 21st century resource rush. Companies like VHS
I mean, indigenous people did used to rotate the land. This is why if you understand indigenous perspectives, you have a much better time living at one with the planet rather than exploiting it. I don't know if you can bring all soil back.
the Goshen Project near Lalbert, WIM Resource, Avon Bank near Horsham, and Astron, Donald Project near Minyip and Donald are pushing to mine these deposits.
Aquaculture is very cool. Aquaponics is very cool. I mean, even I love going and seeing the rice fields. The way rice is grown specifically, mind-blowing to me.
It's for their titanium, zircon, and rare earth content, essential for electric vehicles, wind turbines, and defense technologies. The promise is enormous: billions in potential exports, hundreds of jobs, and a domestic supply of critical minerals that could strengthen Australia's role
I mean, this is Australia. We are a mining economy. This is ugh.
in a renewable
Anyway, here's my hottest take. Nationalize the mine. I don't know. I don't know how we implement that, okay? This is a little bit of a fever dream of mine, but like, nationalize the mines.
energy economy. To mining companies, the black sands of Western Victoria represent opportunity, a chance for rural towns to prosper again, and for Australia to secure resources the world desperately needs. But to the farmers who live there, it feels like the ground is being pulled out from beneath them, literally. Farmers across the Wimmera and Mallee are fighting these projects not because they oppose progress, but because they don't believe the price will stop at the fence line. Their objections are many, but they all boil down to one theme. Once you dig up the land, it's never truly the same again. But here's just a few of
They're not wrong, but nothing stays the same. But you know, it's so it's so human to have lived on a farm for generations and to not want to give that up. You know, it's your history, it's your family, it's your connection to land and people. I have a lot, you know what's really fucked? I feel like I was not empathetic enough to farmers when I was vegan. I don't think I got that balance right. I was just like, you guys are exploiting animals. I did not get that balance right at all. I don't know. It's extremely this is difficult.
the potential issues farmers are worried about. Many of the heavy minerals being mined, especially monazite and xenotime, contain trace amounts of uranium and thorium.
I mean, this is the other thing. It
It's a
does
full-blown
poison the
house deposit,
landscape.
So
Hazel,
D, I always come back.
55 months. Thank you so much. Welcome back. I'm so grateful.
Farmers fear these radioactive elements could end up in dust, tailings, or
Water.
runoff, contaminating their properties.
Yeah.
They rely on rainwater tanks for drinking and household water. If dust settles on roofs, even low-level radioactive particles could make their way into tanks and food
I mean, they're not wrong, but we're already there. We're already there. I'm half plastic. Chat. I don't know about you. I'm definitely half plastic at this point.
systems. There's also anxiety about long-term exposure for workers, livestock, and
It's kind of astounding how bad people are with understanding agriculture, even those who are very directly involved in it or related to it. I was talking to someone in Ireland whose family engages in dairy farming, and they were making a weird case for why bovine farming was good because it gave famine resistance if the rice crop failed around the world. Like, if that happened, you'd still want to grow grain and veggies because they get higher yields and there's no dietary restrictions. Yes and no. Right? I do believe that there are some ethical problems with dairy farming. 100%. I also don't think we're getting rid of cheese. I think what we need is government subsidies that cater for the treatment and practices that exist in farming. Meant more so that Hindus won't eat it. I mean, yeah, it's really, I mean, religion and animals is so interesting to me. You know, whether it's pork, cows, you know, cow burps and farts are also an issue. Oh yeah, we know the CO2 that comes from cows specifically. We do. I think some people are just accepting they will eat meat that grows in a lab and that's wild. I mean, fucking grow the meat in a lab. I think it is an ethically sound philosophy to reduce as much suffering as possible. Oh, it's methane. Sorry. By the way, I think famine is inevitable at this point. Just so everybody knows. You heard it here first. Famine, to a certain extent, is relatively inevitable because we haven't talked about this in a while, but you know, we've got global warming to well beyond 2 degrees Celsius, which means famine, mass migration, and extreme geopolitical shifts. And it's very easy to remove that from your thinking a lot of the time when we're talking about all sorts of things, but decision makes sense when you're even the hyper nationalist politics that we are witnessing, right? The rise in fascism, the rise in populism, you know, shoring up of defenses, and even, you know, the societal discord we're experiencing. It is almost predictable if you look at what the future is potentially going to lead to. Sorry, that was not a good sentence because Pixel's talking. My darling, did you get shocked? I hate when she jumps out of bed because she got static shocked. At least I know why she does it now.
Nearby families. Some see this as a backdoor around Victoria's uranium mining ban, since uranium would be mined, incidentally, as a byproduct of rare earth extraction. It's not a technicality that sits comfortably with people whose families drink and grow food off the same land.
Nice, Brian.
The mines also need vast quantities of water for processing and dust control, and most of that
Yeah, I'm just like Hassan because my dog gets shocked by static occasionally. Guys. I honestly, like, I feel so bad when she coughs, but she's had all of her medication today. And I just, it just sucks. But her quality of life is still so good, so I'm not putting her down. Do you know what I mean? So, you know, we just both live with a little bit of discomfort, but it just makes me feel so bad. Fox.
will be drawn from local aquifers. Farmers worry that pumping groundwater could alter the water table, drawing down levels on surrounding farms or pushing saline water upward, a real threat in areas where salinity is already an issue. Others fear that mounting from re-injected or displaced groundwater could flood paddocks or interfere with subsurface drainage. In flood years, tailing ponds and containment dams could overflow, spilling contaminated water into creeks or wetlands. With increasingly erratic rainfall and a landscape prone to both drought and flood, it's a risk they say regulators underestimate. But for farmers, the most painful issue is simple: losing arable land. Once mining begins, sections of farmland will be out of production for years or decades. Even when rehabilitation is complete, few believe the soil will ever match its former productivity. The finely tuned structure that supports high yields,
I mean, they don't actually care about the rehabilitation, let's be honest.
the balance of clay, sand, organic matter and water retention is nearly impossible to replicate after the land has been turned, compacted and reshaped. Many suspect that rehabilitated land will be fit for pasture at best, not intensive cropping, and while the mine eventually moves on, the scars, physical and economic, remain. To the miners, this is progress, a way to transform a sleepy agricultural region into a cornerstone of Australia's critical minerals future. To the farmers, it's a gamble with no reset button. The dilemma isn't about who's right or wrong, It's about two visions of value that can't occupy the same ground. One measures worth in tons and royalties, the other measures it in seasons and generations. Even the government seems torn, eager to champion renewable energy, but hesitant to confront the human cost of extracting the materials it depends on. I don't know which side to stand on. Part of me sees the logic of mining, the extraordinary geological inheritance lying under the soil, formed through millions of years of Earth's slow labour. Extracting it could strengthen Australia's economy, reduce reliance on unstable markets, and build the very technologies needed for a cleaner future. But another part of me sees the faces of those farmers, people who have lived on the same ground for decades, who measure time not by profits but by harvests, who fear that once the excavators arrive, their way of life will vanish. It's hard to argue with either vision. Both are rooted in truth, both hold a kind of justice. Western Victoria is now a frontier between two eras, the geological and the agricultural. Above ground, wheat ripples in the wind. Beneath it lies the fossilised memory of ancient coastlines, the same waves that once built the continent now threatening to rewrite its surface again. No matter which side wins, something will be lost. Either the minerals will stay buried and the opportunity will pass, or the land will be dug up and something irreplaceable.
I mean, let's be honest, the opportunity isn't passing, it is inevitable. It's inevitable. It's who's gonna sell. It's who makes the choice.
Will change forever. And
Yoki, that's why I agreed with these videos, but what I hope is the conversation.
maybe that's the hardest truth to accept, that there might not be a solution at all, just a choice between two kinds of permanence, the permanence of what we build and the permanence of what we destroy. I hope you found this as interesting as I did, and as always, thanks for watching.
No, that's interesting. They need to wait until we have the tech for the mines to be less invasive, wasteful, and damaging. Doesn't exist. What does that even look like? I mean, sure. But mining is always going to be damaging because mining is mining. I mean, Gina Reinhardt being less of a fucking billionaire would be delightful, but yeah, Hazel, sure. But when did I take Pixel out? How long ago was that? It kind of been, when did I take her out? About an hour? I'm worried she's only doing like half wheeze. Like this is, or I don't know if she's doing it for attention, but maybe a UTI? Yeah, maybe. She is acting a little bit low. No, you know what it is? I do think that the goat is higher in water content than the chicken. No, she has drunk a lot of water, and she did drink a lot of water yesterday because it was so hot. So I'm just, I don't know. It's just that I taking her down every hour is crazy. Do you need to go out? I just also don't know if she's gonna wee if I take her out. She didn't last time. Or she did, but it was only small. Anyway, I'm gonna take her out and then we'll watch it. What I miss? I'm gonna take this chance to shill for the counter demo to the Far Right Rally in Melbourne on Sunday, 11 a.m. State Library, Melbourneites, other cities too. Absolutely fine. Chill away. Anyone else having wine tonight? Just me. Honestly, I went downstairs and someone was smoking weed. It smelled great. They could smell it. Smell. I like the smell of weed. I don't smoke it, but I like the smell of it. Did you ask for a hit? I don't trust myself to be high on the stream. Yeah, that seems like a terrible idea. Can't wine before work, but I'm contemplating pizza. Yeah, I get that. Ditto, I used to hate it. I don't know what changed. I don't know. The smell of weed smells sweet to me. It smells sweet. It smells nice. Like, I don't know. Like I do not dislike the smell of weed. The funniest thing is that my mum's neighbor smokes a lot of weed and every morning you can smell it. It's like first thing in the morning. You can smell it. So it's funny. My mum giggles. Smells like illegal activities and calling the cops. Yeah. I think the cops in Victoria specifically have their hands full at the moment. Yeah, I think cops have their hands full here. There's been like a decent chunk of random stabbings here. Like there's footage going around at the moment. It's horrifying. It's literally just this kid running up to this woman and stabbing her. Like literally stabbed her just randomly with a knife and then ran off. It's kind of it's yeah. I know my dad smoked weed back in the day. I don't think he would smoke weed now. And my mum will never. My mum will never smoke weed or It's kind of wild that we haven't found Desi Freeman. Chat, if you remember, that was the guy who shot the 2 police officers. He's managed to evade capture entirely. So yeah. No, I don't think Australia is comparable to America still, but it does feel like we are on the same path. As someone who grew up around smokers, I never saw the appeal of inhaling smoke of any kind. People have a death drive, but also nicotine. I think people have coping mechanisms. Smoking is one of them. I don't really moralize smoking unless you're harming other people. That was a woman, Scrubs? It didn't, was it? Not from the footage I saw. It's an addiction. Addictions are tough to beat. Sometimes it's an addiction, sometimes it's not. You know, sometimes it's an addiction, sometimes it's not. Sometimes, I don't know. I've become so forgiving in my old age when it comes to moralizing things. I don't know if this is the effect of philosophy. There are certain things that I moralize, like things that cause harm to other people. You know, but I don't know, it's weird. I don't look at people and their vices and judge them for them. See, that's nice, Fox. I'm judging you with all your wine and lack of sharing. I don't have that much wine. And as if I would ever share. That would be coming. No. Yogi. I don't know. I think it is unlikely that people aren't hedonistic at any given point in a day or a week. Maybe this is a self-report. I don't know. Mostly absurdism mixed with a little bit of hedonism. Can't tell you if it's working, but it feels fine for now. You keeping the bottles to fill up the stick? Yeah, we have the empty bottle rack. The only people I will never see eye to eye with are ticket inspectors. Yeah. It does seem like people who take that job are, it's a little power trippy. But again, under capitalism, it's like, I don't know. ICE agents, pretty bad. Pretty bad. Ticket inspectors, I'm like, could you really just not find anything else to do? Really? But even something like joining the army in both America or Australia, you know, you see why people do it. And obviously I'm connected to this through my sister, and you know, she had her reasons for joining the army, and you know, she went to war. Like it's crazy to think about, but when you think about how people end up in the position or the reasoning that exists for them joining militaries, or you know, I do think that people who aren't chronically online occasionally join the police force with good intent. Not all, definitely not all, but I do think that there are people who like join the police force with good intent. I think, you know, what do they say? The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Most people I know who enlisted did it to escape poverty. I almost became a cop but got into foreign policy my senior year. Why do you think kids are stabbing and stealing? Poor parenting? I don't think it's poor parenting. I think it's wealth disparity, and I think we have societal issues, like pretty big ones. Okay. Most of the things that I was researching today is social dominance theory, which is to do with power and hierarchy and how people engage with each other regarding power and hierarchy, and looking at different examples of that, both on like a fairly trivial level and then on like a wider scale. And I do think at the end of the day, it comes down to a person's search for meaning and social status as a version of that meaning. And it's so dependent on who you want to receive respect from as to how you engage in particular hierarchies. So, you know, if you want to be respected by me, you would engage in one way. Whereas if you were looking to be respected by, I don't know, Andrew Tate, you would engage in another, right? But that's a very simplistic kind of example. If you look at it at a wider level, I don't know. Half my friends from school went through cadets and joined up to the Army Reserves. Why not both? Do you think you can be respected by both me and Andrew Tate at the same time? Maybe. It's just interesting though, right? Like people's driving need and search for meaning and how they rationalize that for themselves. And there's so many different examples. Like, I wouldn't say I have a lot of societal respect. It doesn't exist. This is why I was looking into it. Because I don't really have a lot of societal respect as like a woman as defined by, I guess, patriarchy. I don't necessarily have a lot of academic respect. A bachelor's degree doesn't really get you anywhere, and I haven't really published anything. So, and then even it's just curious, right? Growing up, my dad and all my friends' dads were cops because in old South Africa it was better than army or jail. They were just sticking with it until something better came along. Yeah, and I think a lot of people just attempt to find jobs that provide them training and then pay them a wage. Well, Tasty, correct. People are constantly adapting to fit in. And then what is the landscape that people are adapting to fit in right now? And it's social media. It's consuming content at speed rather than at depth. And it is performance and aesthetics in a lot of cases over building something slow. It just be. And see, that's another reason a lot of people, join, the army or the Air Force or whatever, because it is a way to do engineering and learn other skills. My career defined me. I had a purpose, which was important, lives and such, and then it was over. What was yours, Mekarine? How do you define your purpose now? I mean, I'm using myself as an example, Haslin, right? I'm not necessarily mad about my situation. I'm curious. Most people have several levels of delusion between them and the world. Well, yes, we learned this last night, remember? I wonder if societal pressure is larger now the world is so interconnected. I think so, right? Because the scale is so much bigger, and people look at the scale of meaning and wealth and power. Because the scale is so much bigger, nothing feels meaningful because you cannot reach the highs that you are witnessing other people reach. And so not only do people feel less fulfilled in their relationships because they perceive so many other examples of relationships, but they feel less fulfilled in their career because there is always someone doing better than you to a scale that is unfathomable to most people. And, you know, they do say comparison is the thief of joy. And it is changed what we consider success, what we consider to be comfort, what we consider to be love. Like, what is a meaningful relationship? Is it somebody that is performing romance as seen on TikTok and all the apps? Like, what are people learning? Is there a hyper reality element to the performance people are doing in relationships? To the lack of satisfaction that people feel with one another? It is nighttime for me already. Imagine I'm drinking. It's 8 a.m. That's pretty cool, Mecha Ryan, though. Turned out to be undiagnosed ADHD. Fucking sucks. Are you diagnosed now? Are you medicated? How are you? When we all lived in villages, it was easy to pick something and be the best of it. I do think meaning was less of a mountain to climb. And now it's a couple of weeks ago. How are you finding it? Yeah, it makes me sad though. I can imagine. I can imagine, you know. Well, welcome on it. It's nice to have you in your early morning. Does the TikTok romance subgenre have a fun name at least? I don't think so. Mine is just a whole lot of disenfranchised women. Again, I'm not sure if that's a self-report. And I guess it's a lot of men attempting to explain their experience. Like I do try and keep it quite balanced, but you know, an algorithm is an algorithm and it's interesting. I know my algorithm thinks I'm more intelligent than I am. Like I get a lot of philosophy. I get a lot of like today I got a whole video on Nietzsche again. And Nietzsche's relevance in, you know, modern society, and then that led me down a rabbit hole. That's what I mean, Hail Beelzebub. That's the way I don't really moralize people who have joined the army. I think we got too smart and now life doesn't hold much value. Life, I believe your life holds value. But I do believe that we potentially ascribe that value to ourselves, and that's, I don't think most people are equipped for that. And that's why a lot of people hold on to religion. Because I don't think most people have the required skills, including me, to be able to consistently set up a framework for your own value. Like sometimes I feel like I have none because my values do not align with, I guess, society's prescribed values. The algorithm has a 4-hour lecture about something that requires you to pause every 10 seconds to understand. Why don't you watch it entirely in portrait mode on your phone? Yeah. My friend had a really hard time today because her car got broken into and she was extremely frustrated because it's like, oh, this shit just happens. Like, people are awful for no perceived reason, and then you are left to pick up the pieces. And the reality is, in a lot of circumstances, no one is there to help you. And I think anybody with a disability or anybody who has experienced chronic pain or even like long-term depression learns this quite quickly, that there are a significant amount of circumstances where you are left to pick up the pieces on your own. People get it, they have empathy for you, but they will not step up, and there's not a lot that people do to help you in certain situations. And it can be a very isolating and numbing feeling, you know, because there's community that exists to a certain extent, but then it also doesn't, you know? Hey, Louie. You know, it's so funny. Sometimes I find myself in such a trap of being like, fuck me, someone save me. Please. Like, it's such a, I really think it's a natural desire to occasionally just be tired and be like, fuck, man, could someone, just another person, just step up and save me from myself? I hope that's natural. Yeah, well, if it's not, just add it to the long mentally ill fucking list. Sorry, I'm busy now until 2045. After that, we can revisit the saving part again. For fuck's sake. Thank you for the follows. I'm just waiting for some foreign CEO to save me by hiring me. Yeah, I'm just sitting here waiting to be saved $5 at a time. But as a woman, I would never ask for money on the internet because that's how you get cancelled, historically. Well. Technology created this illusion of infinite choice and comparison, while at the same time the profit motive makes everything in our lives seem lives less dependable and drives isolation. Not even that, everything's a subscription. We barely own anything anymore. So it's not even dependable. It's the fact that everything is not tangible. Asking for $5 and having a collar on your dog, apparently. Yeah. What's the go with Melbourne? That stabbing of the innocent Asian girl was bad. I mean, just add it to the list of violent crime, I think. I do think there are people out there acting as chaos actors to drive
This is a full-blown house
Discord.
deposit, so...
Hey! Like Orion, thank you for your prime. Saved. Saved. Saved by your prime. Thank you.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Oh my god,
I'm
double
here of my own free
save.
will. Smixel free will.
Looks like you're getting a lobotomy. Maybe today's the day. Maybe today's lobotomy day. It's just the ups and downs of streaming. It's actually hard. It is a skill that I have not yet perfected, but I am much better at it than I used to be. I used to feel like if I didn't make any money at the start of stream, I was doing a really bad job. Because it's very easy to think when you're streaming that if there is no financial feedback, that you are really shit. Now most of the time, I stick it out. And some of the days when I've made the least amount of money are the days I've felt like I've made the best conversational content. It's weird. I agree, Nemesis. I think that is by design. You know, I think that is by design. I mean, Vox, I agree that some people are more important than others, but that doesn't mean you're not important. You know, and it is interesting when you look at scale. And again, this is the dissatisfaction that I think is the trap that a lot of people fall into, because there is such endless comparison as to how you're achieving or the choices that you're making in your life and how they are judged by even like small society and then wider society. We're all slaves to the algorithm. Yeah, there's got to be a way to kind of like push back. Darling. Hi. I don't think the chains ever left most people. We're mostly modern day peasants. Oh, absolutely. I agree. I make a point to seek out content that isn't being spoon fed to you. Well, welcome. I do a lot of that here. Well, the spoon feeding, but in like a normal, non-algorithmic way. It's good practice for your attention span. Also, sometimes I'm funny. Not today. Today I'm stoic. I'm not stoic, okay? You know, I'm due. We're gonna have to read. That's what we'll have to do. We'll have to do Marcus Aurelius Meditations right now. Because until, you know, I've reached peak stoicism, I can't go back to being funny. You could try to be funny. God. Or we can quote Gladiator and go wild with it. We could try summon a demon. Get a little crazy with it. It is Friday night. I'm already here. No need for that. We're so stoic, y'all. If I catch one of y'all snickering, you're gonna get it. What we do in chat echoes in eternity. Yeah. Five gifted subs, all the way to entropy. That's right. Just before the universe explodes, or contracts, I don't know how science works, then that will be the last her thing. 5, 5, 5 gift subs. It's gonna be stunning.
So hear me out, stoicism is like the ultimate life hack, okay? You just don't care about anything you can't control. Your boss or streamer yells at you? Doesn't matter. Rent's due? Doesn't matter. Existential dread? Doesn't matter. You just vibe. But here's the twist, once you've mastered stoicism, try mastering stroganoff in bed. Because no amount of emotional detachment beats creamy noodles and beef-based enlightenment. Just trust me on that.
I'm so there with you.
Guys, it's not a cult. You can't just tell everybody it's a cult when they first come in. You'll scare them off. It's a community, guys. Community.
Macaroni,
Keep
you're my
it-
new favorite
keep it
chatter.
Casual. Fuck.
Thank you.
Mm.
You did not just
Strawman
give the
Me Bro
maximum
gifted a tier
girth
1 sub to maximum
69,
girth
Strawman.
69. They have given 640 gift subs in the channel.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Wow. Wow, guys. This is right. You know what? I've always wanted a hype train towards entropy. We're not doing a girth train. Okay. We're not doing we're not doing that, okay? I've had enough of the phallocentrism in here. Okay? I would like this to be a philosophical entropy train, okay? This is the train to entropy. Okay? I don't want
Guys,
you know,
it's not a cult.
no.
You can't just tell everybody it's a cult when they first come
That
in. You'll scare 'em
those
off.
better have
It's
been for entropy.
community. Keep it casual. Fuck.
Lols. I need you to confirm that they were definitely entropy gifted subs. For the doom in its entirety? How do we define entropy? Nothing? I don't know. How do we define entropy? Chat, always remember money is temporary and fake. Giving it away to pigs in the form of gift subs, bits, or donations is forever. I mean, it does extend the life of my content. I'm not sure if that's forever. Uncut subs. No. Uncut gems. Sorry. We're not doing that. The inevitable decay towards nothingness. Yeah. So get on board the entropy train. Decay away. Decay is so in right now. I was thinking maybe after this entropy train, we could watch a video about faking your own death for no particular reason. Hey, Ruggers.
This is a full-blown house deposit, so...
Hype train?
Yeah, it is a hype train or an entropy train. What it isn't is a girth train, Brian. Okay? It's okay. So we are on the choo-choo train to entropy. Yeah. I don't think that's a sentence that works, Nemesis. Faking death, then Max. Oh, should we just do Max again? I did promise a double feature. I ripped some jeans like it was the 90s, so time is based on that. We're going back to the 90s? I wish. You know, when I think about it, I do think being an adult in the 90s would have been so fucking good. What do you mean people just like did stuff and connected without their phones and algorithms? I don't know. Guys, I think I'm a problem because I feel like this makes me a conservative. Like longing for the 90s. Does that make me like, do you know what I mean? I'm worried this is conservative thinking and that I will eventually have a YouTube video titled Why I Left the Left. And it will be because I wanted to be an adult in the 90s. You know? Nobody was getting ED from watching too much porn, as we found out last night. You were all unintentionally edging yourselves to line by line images loading line at a time, you know? Like those were the days. 90s, that's dangerously conservative, huh, Yusa? Because being an adult in the 90s was absolutely awesome if you stayed out of prison. This is what I'm saying. Do you know what I mean? You're just selling it to me. You really want the 60s back when the rich paid 90% tax and houses were 5K? No, that wasn't, the 60s weren't great for women still. You know what I mean? I feel like the 90s got a little bit better for women's rights. Picks in a year. I just really like 90s fashion and that's why I'm going on Candace Owens' show. Stop it. Maybe I should. Maybe that's the career move for me. We probably do need to think of a new grift that isn't an entropy train. Does anybody know any oil barons? Do you think you could sell me as a conservative? I'll hide the tattoo. Oh, wow, what a wife. You were born in the 90s, right? No, I was born in the 2000s. How old do you think I am? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So you should be. It's so clear I was not born in the 90s at any time. And I'm also 6'2". And very rich. Which is why I'm shilling during a hype train. Subscribe today. Do you want to hear my Irish accent? Well, you have 30 seconds to figure that out.
You can't just tell everybody it's
You
a cult when they
still
first
25
come in.
seconds.
Scare 'em
Mecca
off.
Ryan wants to hear it.
Community. Keep
Sanguinary set somebody up for an edging situation.
You could search the
That's
world
right.
and
Do you want to
never
hear
find such a
potato in an
beauty.
Irish accent? You have 10 seconds. Nope, it's 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,
brains
1,
gifted
and
a
we
tier
hit it.
one
That's
sub to
so
Yo Talk.
great. Thanks, Mo. Really kicking us over with that, like, really tight edge towards the end there, you know. Captain America, welcome on in. Just in time for my incredible Irish accent that everybody loves for a level 4 hype train. No, it's actually an Irish accent. Everybody says it's Irish. They do. You know, that's how it works, Sanguinary. I do have to thank you for the 91 months and the Snakeity 3. And Mecca Ryan, another 5 gifted subs. That's so nice. Holy shit, I should be punching my own family for that accent. Well, we can get it away by skipping level 4. Some people do invest in that. They save their pennies and then just attempt to avoid a level 4 Irish accent. But other people really like it and enjoy my Irish accent. Not Taff. Taff's looking for any escape possible
Mix
with the
and free will
65-month
Snitzel, sad
resub
Fed
with a
Boys, Snitzel, free
sneaky
will.
tier 3. No, it's definitely I can do a Scouse accent, but can I do it right now? No, because it's a level 4 hype train. That is Irish, you know, clearly Irish. You know what, clearly Irish accent. Sometimes I don't think I speak fast enough for it to be a completely Irish accent. And you know what? I do think it got better while I was watching House of Guinness, but ever since I stopped watching that because there was only 10 episodes, it's kind of gone back to being a slight shit Irish accent. You know. Don't you know? Yeah. This is a demonstration that free will is allowed. We were offered a choice, but we all knew the outcome was certain. We did not know. We did not know Mo was gonna complete the edge. You know? It's not a rarity here that there are failed edges. Happens all the time. People don't quite get it across the line. Or they don't even try. You know? Some people don't even set it up for them, you know. It is you know, it does happen. Anyway, Taff, thanks again for the 65 months and a sneaky T3. I'm so grateful. You get no more money from me? Oh, well, that's... Can I... That's valid. It's valid. It's fine. It's fine. You know what? I will be crying myself to sleep in my Irish accent. House of Guinness, you know, it is coming back though. I think we will get a season 2. Do you know what my favorite news recently has actually been that Blood of My Blood has already been greenlit for season 2 straight away. So, you know, my Outlander Scottish streams, sorry, we're Irish right now, you know, intact. Like Farala, I don't know me and millions how to say that. Twig Farala? What does that mean? I'm not sure. But now the season ended, it better be coming back for season 2. I know, it's a bit of a cliffhanger, wasn't it? Tell us about your favorite dance. Irish dancing? Oh, you know what? I love not moving my arms. I've always thought the best kind of dancing was legs only. That's all. You had the best dreams last night. I'm so happy for you. My dream last night was I was helping Nat putting an earring on. That was not a good sentence or words. That makes sense. I have beef with solo leveling. I have beef. I have deep beef with solo leveling because solo leveling should not have won over Freerun. Chat, thanks for the level 3 hype train. Thank you for the entropy train. I now feel like I have value again. Hooray. Fake internet points all the way to the bank. Cheers. The way Pix went mask off at solo leveling. Holy fuck, the only time I'm able to watch Pix is if my cat doesn't go at 4 a.m. Morning, everyone. What? Huh? What? Huh? What? Huh? I don't understand the sentence, but thank you. What? Huh? Sadly, it fell to the pool of the male power fantasy. Yes, I do feel that a lot of things fall to that occasionally. Speaking of male power fantasies, Ivan the Terrible.
Sometimes a person can be so cruel, so monstrous, so terrible that it actually becomes part of their name. like Ivan the Terrible,
It's not good.
notorious Russian Tsar of the 16th century. But even in
I already know about Ivan the Terrible. It's not going to be great. This is going to be. But he ate food.
Mean Millions gifted a tier 1 sub to Opwin.
Mean Millions, what was that for? By the way, if you gift me a sub now, I'm going to need you to give me a reason after. Okay? Gift subs can't come sans reason. Like, I need to know why so I can recreate it. I need feedback. Yeah, well, Turesk, I know you left for the Irish accent. It's fine. You can assume it's because you stopped the Irish accent. That's fucked up. Maybe they just hate hype trains? That's okay. I just want to know. Okay? I don't want any money without reason. I need feedback and reasoning. Like, here, I gave you $5 because I feel sorry for you, or let the chat log show accent over. Finally, I can support this fantastic Australian streamer. Oh, so oh. Well, I suppose that's yeah, that's valid. My feelings are fine, by the way. Wait, here. That's great.
evil despots got to eat, and that's why I'm going to be making one of the most popular foods of 16th
That looks so hot.
century Russia, cabbage piroshki.
Oh my god, it's like a olden day spring roll with cabbage in the middle. Oh my god, do you know what I want so bad? A Chico roll. Can you get a gluten-free Chico roll? Gluten-free Chico roll. Chat, a Chico roll, you can look it up. It's like, it's something that you get from the fish and chips shop. And it's like cabbage and I don't even know what else is in it, but it tastes amazing. Okay? It tastes so fucking good. And now I could be pregnant because, well, again, it would be immaculate conception, but I have not craved something like I want a Chico roll right now. Oh my god, I'm not gonna be able to make it through this video.
So thank you to Bombas for sponsoring this video as we ask the question, why was Ivan so terrible?
Oh, well.
This time on Tasting History.
It was pretty terrible, by the way. This is not gonna be a fun video.
Ivan Vasilievich, better known in English as Ivan the Terrible, was crowned the first Tsar of Russia in 1547. And just to put that into perspective with the rest of European history, that is the same year that Henry VIII died and almost 40 years after Michelangelo painted the Sistine Chapel. So while most of Europe was well into the Renaissance, Russia under Tsar Ivan was very much still medieval. And what's interesting is that when it comes to medieval food, usually we know a lot about what the kings and
Chat, I have to eat something. But what? My options are limited, but I really want a Chico roll and I'm sitting here really mad that I don't have one. Have you done poor planning again? No, I have food stuffs. No, I didn't go shopping today because I still have things to eat, like a tin of sardines. No, I can't have a Chico roll Alcerian because it has gluten in it. What can you order? I don't want to order anything. Sardines? Yuck. Well, that's a crime. Guys. Hmm. Roll up the sardines and pretend they're a Chico roll. I was thinking sardines and chili oil on a cracker. I feel like it'll be fine. Chat, you just have to give me a minute. I'm sorry, I can't do this. The craving for the Chico roll has become too... I have to... It's okay, I can do it all here. Fine. That's right, everyone, and welcome to my cooking stream. That's right, you thought Max was the food creator? You'd be so wrong. It's actually me. This is not gremlin behavior. What do you mean? This is not... What do you mean? This is not gremlin behavior. This is normal. So what historical dish are we preparing today? It's called sardines on gluten-free crackers with an Asian influence. It's very well known around the parts, actually. Who invented this meal? I mean, I like to think that I actually haven't had a single unique experience. So somebody definitely invented this before me. Probably. That doesn't sound tasty at all. Look, sometimes we sacrifice taste for ease and because we are who we are. Okay, there's nothing sexier than a tinned fish. Okay? People sleep on the tinned fish. Look at that. They don't get it. But like, sometimes people just don't understand. Like, how good a tinned fish can be. You know, they put their nose up at the tinned fish for whatever reason, and they would be wrong. I'm a potted meat fan personally. What is that? The only thing better would be if there were oysters in there. Oysters? Might be wrong, but at least they didn't eat tinned fish. You know, I'm sensing some judgment here that I don't know if you know, I'm really appreciating that. Guys, it's not pretty. I fear there's a chance that your judgment may be valid. Pixel has smelt it and has gotten out of bed like, okay. Wow. Wow. Delicious. Here you go. What do you reckon? Okay. Okay. Now, I will not be mad about my lack of Chico roll. Hold on. Mm. Who knew? Fish, it's underrated, you guys. We really shouldn't be killing the oceans, because it's kind of good. Really. With avocado, I did not want a vegetable. Chili oil helps a lot. I could have done with a little bit of salt, but it's not bad. The brown stuff I sprinkled on is fried shallots. I'm sorry, you guys. I was surprisingly hungry. And then we started watching Max. You just have to deal with this. Only a little longer. I just don't want to chew during the video. Man. God damn it, Tasty. I'm never creeping into, like, the hot streamers, am I? Darren. Yep. I'm out here advertising sardines. You want to feel sexy? Eat a tinned fish. But not too often or you'll get mercury poisoning. They're so good. They're so good. What if I'm not into tinned fish? Then you're not sexy. I don't make the rules. I really think a lot of people, if they were to give tinned fish a chance, would find themselves a lot of the time pleasantly surprised. I feel like it's a mental block where you look at the tin and you're like, what am I? In World War II? You don't even taste the bones. Said the cannibal. I'm joking. I'm not a cannibal. You don't like, truly, for me, you don't really taste the bones. Am I just going to have a couple of crackers now with chili oil? Yes. Are you allowed to judge me for this? Yes. Does it make me look like a vampire? Potentially. Will I be taking any criticism? No. I'm still hungry though. Hold on. A little sprinkle. A little sprinkle. I'm not done. You're so right. I've actually been playing a long con this whole time. And I actually work for Big Sardine. And so this whole time I've been streaming has been leading to this moment to sell you sardines.
Ruggers Customs gifted a tier 1 sub to Yoki_0. They have given 15 gift subs in the channel.
Oh, this is a little bit too spicy now. Oh no. Oh well. Mm-mm. One day, I will go to Sweden and I will try pickled herring. I'm ready. I want to go for Christmas and try 18 different types of pickled fish. Yeah, you have to prepare an entire menu tasty. All right, last one. Sorry, I know I've gone a little crazy. I didn't realize how hungry I was. You gotta try different foods. There was a time when I was a picky eater. Never again. I'll try anything once. I love agadashi tofu. Oh my god. Silken tofu with, oh, yum. Okay. Mm-mm. When in Rome. Also, you guys, I realized I haven't shilled for Big Prune in a while. They've been sitting in the fridge for so long. I haven't even touched them. But I was like, you know what I feel like? Dessert. They are the small ones. But it's sad that that is my dessert these days too. Well, I tend to balance it out a little more. But they're underrated. Okay, we can go back to terrible men. Sorry, everyone. little intermission for us all. Oh god.
Hello Twitch viewer. Do you like tin fish? Do I have a stream for you? Tune in to Pix's Pantry, where every stream includes a tin with a mystery and every bite's a gamble. Will it be sardines? Will it be mackerel? Will it be regret? Find out live, as Pix fearlessly explores philosophy, canned chaos, and other educational content, one oily bite at a time. Please note that viewer discretion, and maybe a breath mint, is advised. Tune in today.
I unironically do have mackerel in the cupboard as well. Okay. I haven't needed to do a sardine stock up in a while because I did go a little ham. Because I was like, wow, what a perfect food to just have in the cupboard. You're like 40% Swedish at this point. You turn into the people you hang around most. I hadn't heard of big sardine or big prune before. The reason I shill for big prune is that no one gets enough fiber, and prunes are great for fiber. And then you don't get bowel cancer. Hopefully. Oh, the dog will cough again. She has bronchitis, not bronchitis. What does she have again? She has chronic bronchitis. Yeah, she'll die from it. I have to be matter of fact about it. She's on like a puffer and she's old and but yeah. Lots of fiber in a prune. No, you need to balance it out. You don't have to have too much. You got to work out what's right for you. Fish is good for omega-3s, protein, not really fiber. These are good for fiber. These are quinoa crisp bread. I don't know where it would say. 56 calories a serving. Oh. Total carbohydrates 11 grams per serving. Dietary fiber 1 gram. That's not very much, I guess. Mecca, she's got a very good life. Oops, what have I done? Oh no! It's fine.
And the emperors ate, and very little about what the common folk ate, but in Russia, it's exactly the opposite. Well, there are descriptions of Ivan or Ivan, I'll probably go back and forth, Ivan's feasts at different times. It almost never talks about exactly what food he was eating. But during his reign, something called Domostroi, which was a household management book, was published, and it does talk about a lot of the foods that the more common people, wealthy common people, but still common people, were eating. It's not really full of recipes, but it does give some good descriptions. Like something that probably actually would have been on Tsar Ivan's table would be swan basted with honey, swan giblets mixed with saffron and croutons, swan neck spiced with saffron. They put croutons on the swan's neck also. Around here, the croutons are made of white bread and fried in butter. Not exactly a recipe, and finding swan is pretty much impossible, as it should be.
He has such amazing hair. Am I now gay? I don't think you're the first person to ask yourself that question.
So I looked at 2 other foods that were very common and would have been available to pretty much everyone, despite how wealthy they were, and that is the many, many types of fish soup that they had, and small pies filled with mushrooms, poppy seeds, kasha, turnips, cabbage, or whatever else God sends. These small pies, which could also have fish or fruit or meat or pretty much anything inside, were called and are called piroshki. That is not the same as a pierogi, which is a type of dumpling from Poland.
Oh my god,
but
I love
piroshki just
pierogies.
meaning a small pie. Actually, it means multiple small pies. A singular is a pirozhok, and then a singular large pie is a pirog. Sadly, the Domostroy does not give us an actual recipe for these hand pies, but it does give us a clue as to what the breading on the outside would be. When the servants bake bread, order them to set some of the dough aside to be stuffed for piroshki. It's a start. Now, the common people would have probably had rye bread, but Tsar Ivan would have definitely been eating wheat bread at this time. And lucky for me, the recipe has not really changed over the years.
Wow.
At least from the 18th century, when we start to get recipes for this kind of thing, it's pretty much the same thing as it is now. So as long as the ingredients were around in the 16th century, I feel comfortable using them. So I am going to make one of the fillings that is most common in Russia today and would have been common then as well, and that is cabbage and onion piroshki, for which you will need a quarter cup or 60 milliliters of cooking oil.
I fear my snack has not helped me, and I still want a chicken roll. Oh no, this is a disaster, Max. I've been ruined. Ruined. This may be the downfall of, oh.
Poppy seed oil was actually what was being used mostly in Russia at the time, but you could just use olive oil. It's going to be a lot easier to find.
By the way, for those of you who don't know, Worcestershire sauce has gluten in it. Yeah? Did you know that? Did you know that? Not only will bread fuck you up, soy sauce, but Worcestershire sauce has gluten in it. So if you have celiac disease, that shit will fuck you up. Anyway, Jack, thank you for the raid. Welcome. I'm sulking.
Then 1 large yellow onion, diced up, 2 cloves of garlic, minced up fine, 1 medium head of cabbage, about 2 pounds. Remove the outside leaves and...
You know, this is going to sound crazy, but I am into cabbage as a vegetable. When done correctly, cabbage is an elite vegetable. Now, will it sometimes fuck up your tummy? Yes. But I actually really like cabbage. Hey, Two Dads Kissing. This is a great channel for you.
Chop it into thin strips or even small pieces and leave the stalk because that is going to be too firm to use in this recipe. Then 2 tablespoons of butter, a quarter cup of fresh dill chopped fine, 1 teaspoon of salt, and 1 teaspoon of pepper. So start by heating the oil in a large pot over a medium-high heat, and then add the onion and coat it in the oil, then toss in the salt and let the onion cook in a single layer for about 5 minutes. Then add in the garlic and continue to cook for another
This far, I'm on board. I can do this.
minute, and then reduce the heat to medium-low and make sure that the onions are in a single layer covering the bottom of the pot on which you can layer on all of the cabbage. Then set the lid on the pot and let it
I can do this so far. This isn't a problem for me.
cook for 30 minutes. And once in a while, lift the lid of the pot, and if you can't hear any sizzling, then just add a little
When we did our ancient Roman night, one of our friends made like a cabbage salad, and it was so fucking yum. I think he actually sent me the recipe for it. I should cook that. It was so yummy.
bit of liquid. This can be either more oil or a little bit of water. Either one works. After
Oh,
30 minutes,
both.
the cabbage should be pretty well cooked, and you can add in the butter as well as the pepper and stir all of that in. Let
Okay.
it cook for another 15 minutes and then add the dill.
Okay.
And at this point, you can actually
This far, I can do all this. We're
be
chilling.
done with the filling, but if you let it continue to cook for a little while, the cabbage itself will start to caramelize just like the onions, and so it gets a little sweet and it's absolutely delicious.
Okay.
Either way, when it's done to your liking, you can take it off the heat, add a little more salt if you need it, and then let it cool completely. Ideally, you actually put it in the refrigerator because if it is nice and cold, it will be easier to form.
You do themed potlucks? Yeah. My friends love an excuse to dress up and just really get into something. I feel very lucky. I never thought I would have friends as cool as the ones I have now. Considering I didn't have any. But yeah, I'm surrounded by some very passionate people filled with whimsy. which is nice, and I don't take it for granted.
The piroshki. And speaking of cold, it is getting to that time of year when the leaves start falling and you just feel like getting nice and cozy.
That is not what it feels like here, but okay.
So might I suggest a nice cozy pair of socks from today's sponsor, Bombas.
Oh,
now Bombas is and always has
what
been
an
the place to
incredible
go if you
segue.
want incredibly comfortable socks. But now with autumn rolling around, the comfort level is skyrocketing. I just got some socks for autumn and winter, including the merino wool socks,
Wow,
and then
I love
the softest
that.
sock that I have ever worn in my entire life. They are the Cashmere Blend calf socks, and I swear if they made a full
How much are the Cashmere Blend socks, though? Max, how much are the Cashmere Blends?
full bodysuit out of this material, I would wear it every day.
Huh.
Also, I love that they don't put the seam right at the toe, so I can pull on my socks nice and tight, as I like to do, and I'm not worried about getting any holes. But something
Not the nice and tight socks.
I really love about Bombas is that for every item that's purchased, they donate an item to a shelter. And to this date, they have donated over 150 million items. Socks,
Yeah, the list of billionaires that we have a problem with now goes Taylor Swift, Max, okay? I'm joking. Max, we would never have a problem with.
t-shirts, and underwear to those in need. So feel good and do good with Bombas, knowing that your purchase will do some real good. And right now, new customers get 20% off of their first purchase when you use my link in the description, bombas.com/tastinghistory.
Chat, if I started a GoFundMe so that I could afford to go on one of like Max's special holidays that he hosts, would you guys pay for that? Like, to what level am I? Thoughts?
And use my code TASTINGHISTORY20 at checkout. And now let's go and make the dough for our piroshki, for which you will need 4 cups or 5...
No. Yeah. You know, maybe we need to do a stream on parasocial relationships again. I'm allowed to have one.
100 grams of flour, 1 packet or 7 grams of dry active yeast, 2 teaspoons of salt, a 1/3 cup or 65 grams of sugar, a 1/2 cup or 120 milliliters of whole milk, a 1/2 cup or 120 milliliters of heavy cream, 2 eggs, and 4 tablespoons or 55 grams of melted unsalted butter.
I can't believe none of you want me to achieve my dream. I really thought that you all really believed in me and like you were here for me and really looking to support me in my hopes and dreams. And now I found out that no. It's just, wow. When you buy your castle, Max will come. Okay, fine. I'll just keep saving. I gave you 40 subs, please stop. You gave me 40 subs? That's outrageous. Thank you so much. But I'm not actually asking for money. This is a bit. And I'm not asking you specifically. I promise. If you can't pick up on the sarcasm, and I'm sorry, but this is me being, well, I was having fun. I'm not anymore, but it's fine.
So the first thing to do is activate the dry yeast by mixing it in.
She's being dead serious, chat. Yeah, I am. Okay? Max might think he's gay.
With about half of the milk and a large pinch of the sugar. Then whisk together the flour, the salt, and the remaining sugar, and then
Again, that's a joke. You're going on a list.
add the activated yeast along with the milk and the cream and the eggs, basically everything but the butter. Mix all of this together until it starts to form a dough,
This seems like a very fun dough recipe, side note.
and then turn it out onto the counter and start to knead it. It is a bit sticky at first, but it actually comes together pretty quickly, and in about 10 minutes of kneading, you should have a nice smooth dough. then here is where you can start adding in the melted butter, just a little bit
What?
at a time.
Oh.
Simply dip your fingers in the butter and rub it into the dough
Oh.
and begin kneading it in. After just a few kneads, the butter should work its way in and you can go back for a little more butter. But at a certain point, it will take longer and longer for that butter to work into the dough, and I'd say if you have to knead it for more than 30 seconds to get it to
See, this looks like too much work for me.
incorporate, then that is enough butter. Don't feel like you have to use it all up. Rather, use a bit to butter the inside of a bowl, then set the dough in, cover it, and let it rest for 90 minutes to 2 hours or until it has doubled in size. Now, I was actually torn between making the pierogi and another dish that was very, very common amongst all people in Russia at the time, and that is a fish soup, often called ukha. And there are all kinds of these fish soups. At a single Christmas feast in the Domostroy, it talks about different pies coming out, and then roast meats and roast fish, tons of different caviars, and then blackfish soup, burbot soup, pike soup spiced with pepper, soup made from perch, roach, bream, carp, beluga, and
Wow.
sterlet. Soup thickened with wheat flour, soup served with bread, sterlet soup, pike perch soup,
It's a lot of soup.
made from sterlet guts. And as tempting as sterlet guts are, I just had a big ol' hankering for some pierogi, so that's what I decided to make. So, before we wrap and bake our pierogi, let's look at another man who really enjoyed his pierogi, but he did it while terrorizing the people of 16th century Russia. So before we look at why Ivan was so terrible, we need to clear something up, and that is the name terrible, or the word terrible. Often you'll see that it is a mistranslation, and it kind of is, but it's also kind of not. What it really is that the word terrible today has different connotations than it did when it was first translated from the Russian Ivan Grozny. It didn't mean awful or cruel, but rather fearsome and formidable. And he was all of those things. He was fearsome and formidable.
Maybe I am Pixel the Terrible. But you have to promise that you're using it in the fearsome and formidable way. You promise, chat? You promise?
And awful and cruel. And some say that that was kind of baked in from the moment he was conceived. See, his father, Vasily III, Grand Prince of Muscovy, which at that time was a relatively small territory centered in Moscow, divorced his wife when she couldn't give him a child, and then he went on to marry a girl 20 years younger who was able to give him a son, actually 2 sons. But just as the Catholic Church had forbidden Henry VIII from divorcing his wife for pretty much the same reason, so too did the Orthodox Church forbid Vasily, and just like Henry, Vasily didn't really seem to care. But unlike Henry, he didn't have to go start a whole new church to do it. He just declared that his wife was a witch and moved on, and everybody was like, well, okay, fine. However,
Why do I feel like that is definitely happening to me? Like, truly, if I ever manage to find a path to wife, I'm definitely getting cast aside within 5 years as a witch. Wait, add my subs at 666. That's my angel number. Aww. That's my angel number. That's the best.
one priest was said to have cursed him, saying that an evil deed, that being divorce, would produce an evil child. And on a dark and stormy night, August 25th, 1530, that evil child was born, and they named him
Strawman Mebro gifted a tier 1 sub to 667 Angel. They have given 641 gift subs in the channel.
Well, now we're on the road to 669, if you know what I'm saying.
Ivan.
Nobody skip it. Some of us are hanging on by a thread. Don't fuck it up.
Of course, no baby, except for Damien from The Omen, is actually born evil. No, for Ivan to go bad, bad things had to happen to him.
I see.
And they started with the death of his father when he was only 3.
Rough.
Now, before he died, his father made the boyars, who were the ruling aristocracy in Muscovy at the time, he made them vow allegiance to
Really, logistically, how does 669 work? What? Well, a friend of mine has decided that she's not answering that.
his 3-year-old son, Ivan, and they did. But obviously he couldn't rule at 3
Mr.
years
Parry
old,
gifted a tier
so
1
his
sub to
mother
Nemesis
took over
85.
and
They have given 3 gift subs in the channel.
Guys, we're supposed to be focusing. Do you have 2 YouTube streams running at the same time? I don't know, but if I do, Maxo, that'd fucking track, because YouTube's fucking... I don't know what's going on over there at the moment, so...
she ruled in his stead as regent, but then she died when he was 8, probably poisoned by the boyars who had sworn fealty to him. See, the boyars wanted to control Ivan and his brother, and so then they would...
Yes, Brodio, we're doing a double feature because I took a week off, and people, not me, have a parasocial relationship with Max.
control Muscovy, and that's exactly what happened. He and his brother were passed around from boyar family to boyar family as they fought between themselves, and he and his brother were still in the palace, but they were treated really as prisoners, and it was pretty terrible, at least if you believe the letters that are said to have been written by Ivan himself. He wrote, "My brother Yuri of blessed memory and I were brought up like vagrants and children of the poorest. They began to feed us as though we were foreigners or the most wretched menials. What have I suffered through lack of clothing and hunger?" And that sort of upbringing probably planted the seeds for what Ivan would end up becoming, and it didn't take very long for him to start
How do you know Max isn't my type, huh? Huh? What if the you don't know me because he's gay? No. Yeah. That just makes me not Max's type, guys. I don't know what to tell you.
becoming what he would, because at the age of 13 he held a banquet where he stood
Anyway, just to clarify, I don't have a type. My type is, do they play piano? Are they smarter than me in at least 3 different ways? No? Well, then I'm not attracted to them at all. I don't know what to tell you.
up and declared that the then regent, the person who was kind of running things, Andrei Shusky, was a traitor and had been mismanaging the area, and so he had him summarily executed. Some say that he was beaten to death, and some say he was torn apart by dogs. Either way, that was the end of anyone taking advantage of Ivan, and not long after, he was elevated from prince to Tsar Ivan IV, becoming the first Tsar. Others had actually used that term before. His grandfather did, his father did, but none of them were officially called that, and he was the first to have that as his official title, and it came from the word Caesar,
It's kind of a good title.
or Kaiser, and it was a way for him to make a connection with the Roman Empire, which was still looming large in the minds of most Europeans, and for a while, they would actually call Moscow the Third Rome. There was obviously Rome, then Constantinople, and now Moscow. Now at first, everything
I still love the word Constantinople. Remember when we did the Constantinople stream? That's a good history stream.
seemed to go pretty well. He made nice with the Orthodox Church, he married a young woman named Anastasia Romanovna, and he laid out a revised law code which curtailed some of the unchecked powers of the boyars over the people. He also brought in Russia's first printing press and helped to unify the church, making Muscovy the cultural capital of what was still a rather fractured Russia. Muscovy was still at this time a relative backwater, just kind of the lands around Moscow, and to the west there were powerful kingdoms that were all Catholic, and then to the south and the east there were powerful Islamic Khanates, those being the remnants of the Golden Horde, descendants from another historical villain, Genghis Khan. And it was those areas, the former Mongol areas, that Ivan was determined to conquer first. He created Russia's first standing army and in 1552 brought the Khanate of Kazan, a place which had withstood at least 10 Russian sieges over the last 60 years, into his domain. To celebrate, he ordered a new cathedral built, the iconic St. Basil's, which still stands to this day.
Honestly, it is extremely iconic.
Ivan must have been on cloud nine. If he kept this up, he would go down in history known as Ivan the Great. But we know that that's not what happened. So what went wrong? Well, it all started when he got sick. And if you watched my video recently on Caligula,
We did.
It's kind of crazy how many parallels there are between Ivan and Caligula.
Turns out getting sick really just sends you spiraling. That's what happened to me.
Especially in the early part of their lives. They both had both
I haven't committed that many crimes yet, though. Yet. Or at all, if you're watching in a Fed.
parents die, then at least one of those parents was murdered and they both had
Okay, well, let's not do this.
to go live with the people who were probably responsible for the
I
murder.
still got time.
Both of them actually started their reigns as heroes, and then both of them started to go bad when they got sick. And for Ivan, that was in 1553. And they thought he was going to die, and so just like his father,
What if we learnt, chat? If I'm ever very sick and you think I'm gonna die, you're not allowed to offer your own life up to save mine. Because if I go crazy afterwards, well, then I might hold you to it, as we learnt from the Caligula video. Okay? What have we learnt? Okay? We won't. You're not very good at this role play. I'm just saying. You're really letting me down. Here I am just trying to build a little ego, have a little fun, and you're not very good at playing along. It's disappointing.
when he was about to die, he had the boyars come to swear allegiance
See, I pay attention.
to his son, who was an infant at the time. But unlike his father, there were some of the boyars who did not swear allegiance, or were just kind of like, let me get back to you, and they never did. Well, he got better, and he won happy, and so he had them executed. And the next few years didn't really help matters. It didn't make Ivan any cheerier. First, his eldest son died, and then he began a war against Livonia, modern-day Latvia and Estonia, which blew up into a bigger war against the much larger powers of Lithuania, Poland, and Sweden, and that lasted for 25 years. Then the country was ravaged by drought
25 years.
and famine. Then his greatest friend and top general,
Happy
Prince
birthday.
Kurbsky, defected to the Lithuanians, and to top it all off, his wife Anastasia died, likely from poisoning by the boyars, who Ivan had learned, or at least suspected, were embezzling money from him. It's
But
no
of
wonder the
course.
guy snapped, and so on December 3rd, 1564, he up and left Moscow, leaving a letter saying that he was abdicating. He had had it officially. Well, the boyars were thrilled. They were now able to run Muscovy for themselves. Unfortunately, the people were not thrilled. They did still like Ivan. And so it was unruly, and it made it so that the boyars had to go to him and beg him to come back and be Tsar again. And he agreed under one condition. He wanted to split the area up into two. The south would pretty much still be run the same way that it always had been, but then in the north, he would have complete, absolute, and unchecked power.
I'm gonna need Trump not to watch this video. I'm worried this man is getting a lot of ideas from history.
He could take anything he wanted, he could confiscate estates, he could kill anyone that he wanted for pretty much any reason, and neither the boyars nor the church could do anything about it. And they agreed to this. And this
Wow, shit. Things must have been pretty fucking bad for them to agree to this.
is where Ivan IV really becomes Ivan the Terrible. One of the first things he did was to establish the Oprichniki, a sort of militarized secret police who
Is this on the Silk Road? I feel like I saw that exact image in a TV show I watched. It could have been Vikings. I don't know. Was it Vikings?
terrorized the people for no other reason than that they could, though usually under the guise of rooting out traitors. They were headed by Malyuta Skuratov, who Ivan used to do his dirtiest of dirty work. Malyuta was put in charge of the execution of Ivan's only cousin and claimant to the throne, and he personally strangled Philip II, the Metropolitan, or essentially Archbishop, of Moscow. Then Ivan put him in charge of perhaps the worst thing that Ivan did during his entire reign, and that was the massacre of Novgorod. Now, the city was a relatively new addition to Tsar Ivan's domain.
Hey. Like that one city in The Witcher 3.
And he became suspicious that the leading citizens were planning to defect and place the city under the control of Lithuania. So in 1570,
I don't think the Silk Road intersected with Russia ever. Then what did I see it in? I'm meshing two things together. I really do think it was Vikings, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. No, it wasn't Marco Polo. Can we check, does the TV show Vikings ever engage with the Silk Road? This is gonna fucking bother me. Season 6? Was I actually right? Yes, Vikings did engage with the Silk Road. They established trade routes. No. There was traveling on the Silk Road, apparently. It's just that image, just, it was in the TV show. I think in the Viking show, Ivan the Boneless traveled along the Silk Road for an episode before going to the Rus. Okay, I'm correct. It's that scene was legitimately depicted. I really just want the fucking image, but oh well, whatever. It's fine. Anyway, I was right. Everybody else was wrong. I am correct. I feel good about it. And even though I have aphantasia, my memory is fine. And I will not be taking any criticism.
Ivan ordered the Oprichniki to go in and sack the city. Sort of a, if I can't have you, than nobody can situation. Oh, the lamentable outcries and cruel slaughters, drowning and burning, ravaging of women and maids, stripping them naked without mercy or regard of the frozen weather, tying and binding them by 3 and by 4 at their horsetails, dragging them, some alive, some dead, all bloodying the ways and streets, full of carcasses of the aged men and women and infants. It's said that they would strap people to sleighs and push them down hills into icy lakes to drown. A large portion of the population was killed, and it was remembered for generations. I suppose the only real bright spot, if you can call it that, of this entire period was that in 1572 he actually disbanded the Oprichniki because it turns out that while they were great at fighting helpless peasants and old women, they were not so great when an actual army of Tartars invaded Russia, and they just completely melted away, and so the Tartars destroyed Moscow, burning pretty much everything to the ground except for the Kremlin. And that was pretty much the end of Ivan's unchecked power. He didn't really do much after that. He was a bit demoralized, I guess. He did get married a lot. He was said to have been married at least 6 times, possibly 8 or even 9 times. Again, kind of similar to Henry VIII. And then he raised sons and children, and his eldest son he raised to be a great general, and he was poised to become the next Tsar. But
did he have all the wives at the did he have a wife and then kill him off like Henry did? Or was he allowed to have multiple wives?
Fortunately for him, his father, Ivan, still had one more terrible deed left in him. On November 16th, 1581, he and his son had a disagreement, possibly over an immodest dress that the younger man's pregnant wife was wearing. This led Ivan to fly into an uncontrollable rage, and he hit his son over the head with his staff. His son collapsed, and he died a few days later. Ivan immediately regretted what he had done, and it pretty much destroyed him.
Then, just in general, you should make sure that you have control of your anger. One of the biggest things that it breaks my heart is shaken baby syndrome. There are a lot of people who are well-intentioned, but maybe don't have, a full set of emotional skills, and they have children, and these babies cry, and there's so many instances of people shaking babies and to try and stop them crying, almost like it's not a natural instinct, but people do it, and it just disables a kid for life. Like the damage that can be done from not being able to control your frustration or anger. It's just that I just saw Red Defense needs to die a quick death. Yeah. It's just you need to have a handle on your emotions.
Over the next 3 years, he didn't really accomplish anything. He's often credited with conquering Siberia simply because he was the Tsar at the time, but really it was done by the Stroganov family, who many centuries later would have a beef dish named after them. No, Ivan's terrible life was done. In 1584, he died, likely of a stroke, but possibly by poison, while playing chess. Unfortunately, because he had murdered his very capable elder son, the throne passed to his younger son, Fyodor, who was feeble-minded at best and never produced any heir. And so when he left the throne, Russia fell into a period of anarchy known as the Time of Troubles.
Like, that's...
And it only ended when a new family came to power. And it was actually Ivan's first wife, the one who was poisoned, Anastasia Romanov's great-nephew, Mikhail Romanov, who finally restored order and established the Romanov dynasty, which lasted until 1917. Now, even though Ivan was, in fact, terrible,
Okay, so look, if he hadn't have killed his son, we wouldn't have got the masterpiece that is Anastasia. Heart, don't fail me now. So all's well that ends well, everyone.
terrible people have to eat. And most of what we know about how he ate actually comes from the writings of an English diplomat who came in the latter part of his reign. He came to Russia and wrote about a feast that he saw. Ivan is served at his table on this manner. First, every dish is tasted by the cook in the presence of the high steward or his deputy. At the table, a taste of every dish is given to the taster, and so placeth it before the emperor. The number of his dishes for his ordinary service is about 70, dressed somewhat grossly with much garlic and salt, much after the Dutch manner. This service is sent up by 2 dishes at a time, or 3 at most, that he may eat it warm. First the baked, then the roast meats, then last the broths. The taster holdeth the cup that he drinketh in all dinner time, and delivereth it unto him with a way when he calleth for it. After dinner he layeth him down to rest, where commonly he taketh 3 hours' sleep. And this custom for sleeping after dinner is an ordinary matter with him, as with all the Russes. It's that after-dinner nap that I can really get on board with.
I'm there.
That and the extensive amount of garlic, which is why I made sure to include garlic in these piroshki, which should be ready to form. So once your dough has doubled in size, divide it into about 20 pieces, around 45 grams apiece. Then fold the outsides of each piece into the center and roll them into balls. Take the ball of dough and use a rolling pin to roll it into a circle about 4 to 4.5 inches wide. You want it nice and thin. Then take the filling, which should be cold by now, and add a little to the center of the circle of the dough, making it into a sort of line of filling rather than having it all right in the middle.
My desire for a Chico roll is as strong as it's ever been. You just never know what battles people are fighting, okay? I mean, you'll know what battles I'm fighting because I'll tell you. And I want sympathy because I look at this and I'm just like, I fucking need a Chico roll. I go, really? I'm a normal person. I'm a normal girl.
If you've weighed the pieces of dough, you're looking to add about 3/4 of that weight in filling. So my dough balls were 45 grams and the filling was about 35 grams. You can, of course, just eyeball it as well. Once the filling is in, fold up the longer sides and pinch the dough together. Then, to make sure it's sealed, fold that dough in on itself in a line down the ridge of the dough and pinch the ends. Then flip it over and set it, sealed side down, on a lined baking sheet and repeat until all the filling is used up. Then brush on a light egg wash with either just egg or egg and cream and set it in the oven at 400 degrees Fahrenheit, 205 Celsius to bake for 15 to 18 minutes or until they're well browned on the outside. And then let them cool for a little bit, but definitely serve them warm. And here they are. Cabbage and onion piroshki fit for the table of Tsar Ivan the Terrible. I have to say, I'm really proud of how these turned out. They're so pretty. They're also, the bread is so soft. Yeah, and you open it up and you just see all that filling in there. Let's give it a try.
It's gonna be good. You can't fuck it up. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? I hate you. You've ruined my life
That
today.
is so good.
Yeah, fuck.
The onion is dominant, it's nice and sweet, but the garlic and the dill really add to the flavor and give it some depth. But you can make, there are so many different types. Often today, this is made with hard-boiled egg in it, so you can add that if you want. There are also many of these that are deep fried. It's a different type of dough, and they would have also had fried versions even in the 16th century. The De Mostroy does talk about that, but most of them were baked. It was just more common. And frankly, I think they're better baked than even fried. So I wanted to share one interesting historical what if that I came across while researching this video, and that is in 1570, Ivan the Terrible proposed marriage to Queen Elizabeth I of England.
Shut
Now, partly
up.
it said that it was because not that he loved her, but he needed to possibly escape. He was very worried about being assassinated, so he was looking for some place that would take him, and most of Europe did not like him. So England was the place to go, but seeing as she was notoriously the Virgin Queen and would never marry, she turned him down.
Well-
Probably reminded her too much of her own father.
You're shut, I
Ivan,
guess.
being terrible, sent her a letter calling her names and saying that she didn't even act like a real queen and
Yep,
she was
that
like a
tracks.
commoner, and that it was actually the men running the country, and then he finishes it off saying that she was an old maid. So yeah, she really dodged a bullet there. But how interesting would things have turned out if
Wow, it's so good that things changed for the better all these years later. Nobody has to deal with anything like that these days. We've come so far.
that marriage had ended up happening? Anyway, yeah, that is Ivan the Terrible. These, though, not terrible. These are freaking delicious.
Let me at him.
I'm so glad that I made like 2 dozen, and I will be eating all 2 dozen.
I've given up. I'm taking up gluten again. I'll just die early. It's fine. Thanks, Max. Now we have a lot of little SARS running around. No, but we do. Honestly, warm, fresh bread is way too close to heaven anyways. Don't remind me. Chat, it's that jarring part of the stream where we're swapping to songs. I think my voice is tired because I got a little crazy with it last night, but song requests are open if you want them. One's in chat if you're going to get some gluten after that. Don't. Chat, who stands in solidarity with me? Not one of you. Don't answer that. I don't want to know. Fuck you all. Well, other than you, Guppy. The rest of you, it's fine. Don't worry about it. I didn't even say anything yet. I know you eat gluten. It's fine. It's fine. Truly, I was too overpowered. You know? I can't be a woman who's able to sew buttons and bake bread. I would be too sexy and unstoppable. No, don't, Nemesis. Don't. Truly, you really shouldn't. It will fuck you up. I think you can kind of like, you know, like obviously sometimes you're going to accidentally get gluten, but it is why you feel crap all the time. Nemesis, it's 100% why you feel crap all the time.
Work song, since the Cinderella one isn't on the list, the one by Hosier.
I mean, I do a version of it. I haven't done this in a while though. Thanks, Anon. I think I used this track. Boys working on empty. Is that the kind of way to face the burning heat? I just think about my baby. I'm so full of love like a baby. There's nothing sweeter than my baby. I never want one. It's from the cherry tree. It's my baby, sweet as can be. She give me toothaches just from kissing me. When my time comes around, lay me gently in the cold dark earth. No grave can hold my body down. I'll crawl home to her. Boys, when my baby found me, I was 3 days in a drunken sin. I walked with her walls around me, nothing in a room but an empty crib. And I was burning up a fever. I didn't care how much or how long I lived, but I swear I thought I dreamed of her. She never asked me once about the wrong I did. When my time comes around, lay me gently in the cold dark earth. No grave can hold my body down. I'll crawl to her when my time comes around. Lay me gently in the cold dark earth. No grave can hold my body down. I'll crawl home to her. A babe would never fret none about what my hands and my body done. If the Lord don't forgive me, I still have my baby, my baby. And I was kissing on my baby, and she put her love down, soft and sweet. In the lonely light, I was free. Heaven and hell were words to me. When my time comes around, lay me gently in the cold dark earth. No grave can hold my body down. I crawl home to her when my time comes around. Lay me gently in the cold dark earth. No grave can hold my body down. I'll crawl home to her. Becky, thanks for the 5 gifted subs. I believe we skipped 669. Fucking anti-sex culture in my chat. What's everyone saying? No, something about gluten. I don't want to know about it. Hey, Cicero. Thanks, Anon. I woke up again. Yes, well, you've been taking your little nap. Your little nap and then waking up. God forbid it might be a pattern. Hi, Entropic. You salvaged a steak? What did I miss? Nothing. Me complaining about gluten. Napped for 3 hours? Turns out you're actually Ivan the Terrible. He napped for 3 hours after having dinner too. We just learnt that. You missed an extra history night. So turns out you and a Russian Tsar, lots in common. What? I mean, I did say we were doing it. Hmm. Oh, fine. I suppose so.
All the rowboats and the paintings, they keep trying to row away. And the captain's worried faces, taking Jordan and staring at the waves. They'll keep hanging in their gold frames for forever, forever and a day. All the rowboats and oil paintings, they keep trying to row away, row away. Hear them whispering French and German, Dutch, Italian and Latin. When no one's looking, I touch a sculpture, marble, cold and soft as satin. But the most special and the most lonely, God, I pity the violin. In glass coffins, they keep coughing. They're forgotten, forgotten how to sing, how to sing. First there's lights out, then there's liquor. Masterpieces serving maximum sentences. It's their own fault for being timeless. There's a price to pay and a consequence. All the galleries, the museums, says you take it, welcome to the tombs. They're just public mausoleums. The living dead fill every room. But the most special and the most lonely, God, I pity the violins. In glass coffins, they keep coughing. They're forgotten, forgotten how to sing. They will stay there in their gold frames for forever, forever and a day. All the rowboats and oil paintings, they keep trying to row away, row away. First there's lights out, then there's liquor. Masterpieces serving maximum sentences. It's their own fault for being timeless. There's a price to pay and a consequence. All the galleries, the museums, they will stay there forever and a day. All the rowboats and oil paintings, they keep trying to row away, row away. All the rowboats and oil paintings, they keep trying to row away, row away.
Hi, Babstid, by the way.
DK Rap.
So they're finally here, performing for you. If you know the words, you can join in too. Put your hands together if you wanna clap as we take you through this monkey rap. Huh, DK, Donkey Kong. He's the leader of the bunch, you know him well. He's finally back to kick some tail. His coconut gun can fire in spurts. If he shoots ya, it's gonna hurt. He's bigger, faster, and stronger too. He's the first member of the DK crew. Huh, DK, Donkey Kong, DK, Donkey Kong is here. This Kong's got style, so listen up, dudes. She can shrink in size to suit her mood. She is quick and nimble when she needs to be. She can float through the air and climb up trees. If you choose her, you'll not choose wrong. With a skip and a hop, she's one cool Kong. Ha! DK, Donkey Kong. He has no style, he has no grace. This Kong has a funny face. He can handstand when he needs to and stretches those out just for you. Inflate himself just like a balloon. This crazy Kong just digs this tune. Ha! DK, Donkey Kong, Donkey Kong. Back again and about time too. And this time he's in the mood. He can fly real high with his jetpack on, with his pistols out. He's one tough Kong. He'll make you smile when he plays his tune. But Kremlings beware, cause he's after you. Ha! DK, that's so wrong, Yogi. Donkey Kong. Finally, he's here for you. It's the last member of the DK crew. This Kong's so strong, it isn't funny. Can make a Kremlin cry out for mommy. Can pick up a boulder with relative ease. Makes crushing rocks seem such a breeze. He may move slow, he can jump high, but this Kong's one hell of a guy. Come on, Cranky, take it to the fridge. Whoa, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah, walnuts, peanuts, pineapple smells, grapes, melons, oranges, and coconut shells. Oh yeah. You know, Sisyphus on break, I just don't know if I've ever given you enough credit for your name. I think it's quite funny. And I don't think you get enough credit. It's a really funny name. Do you know what I mean? You've done well. Guys, I fucking love Donkey Kong 64. I have hours in that game.
Strawman Me Bro gifted a tier 1 sub to Sisyphus on break. They have given 642 gift subs in the channel.
I was bad though. I never beat the game. I never beat the game. But one time when I was sick, I did watch a Twitch streamer speedrun it for like 3 days straight. Because I'm a normal girl. I think I only ever made it to the Crystal Caves. So obviously we have to get you to stream it. I'm disabled. I literally can't play anything with a controller. It's too hard.
Otherwise I probably would. Yeah, but I loved the amount of content that was in that game, Yoki. No, Barack, it was just, I can't even remember the name of the streamer that did it, but did you say content? I didn't, but I should have now. I didn't beat it either. The only game I beat was Diddy Kong Racing. All right, that's my greatest flex. And that took me hours. Bucks, I love that for you.
Thought I was done with this feeling, but I thought could be here. Thought I'd say you were the one that I needed, like a breeze in the evening. And then you changed, you're all the same. Yeah, there's too much to miss. You're the hug that had to end. Though I've tried to hold on. If you knew me at all, you wouldn't try to keep me small. Who would do that to a friend, let alone the one you love? And any choice you had worth making, I push you to take it. No questions asked, no doubt in mind. But when they're mine, you react like I'm crossing a line. I'm just too much to handle, just dial it back a bit. Well, I'm not having it, baby. There's too much to mend. You're the hug that had to end. Though I've tried to hold on. If you knew me at all, you wouldn't try to keep me small. Who would do that to a friend, let alone the one you love?
The Roses chat. No, my Puggies is still traveling around Australia.
Oh heaven, hear my story, a cautionary tale of how I came to be loved and how it came to fail. A first time for lovers, a first time in agony. The truths you will uncover will knock you on your knee. I gave it too much, I gave myself up, I lost sight of all my dignity. I've always been smart, my chameleon heart took your draining personality and gave it to me. I wanted to please you, this performance of a lifetime. My heart to you handed, you took it for granted and made me the villain all along. I struggled through the winter, found cheat codes to your soul, was born to be a giver, destined to pay the toll. I gave it too much, I gave myself up, I lost sight of all my dignity. I've always been smart, my chameleon heart took your draining personality and gave it to me. I wanted to please you, this performance of a lifetime. My heart to you handed, you took it for granted and made me the villain. Oh, inside you there's a guiltless child who never saw his mother smile, a boy who had no sense of hope, believes he's better off alone, who coils out in jealousy to mask his insecurities. And I can't fix you, God, I tried. The hourglass I shattered just in time. I gave it too much, I gave myself up, I lost sight of all my dignity. One more lover fails, cautionary tales continue to happen to me.
Leve brought out Lin-Manuel Miranda last night at her show, and they did Alexander Come Back to Sleep, have an early meeting out of town. I know, I just have to write something down.
Boy!
Jar of
Ooh.
Hearts.
Ah, thank you.
I know I can't take one more step towards you, 'cause all that's waiting is regret. And don't you know I'm not your ghost anymore? You lost the love I love the most. I learned to live, have a life, and now you want me one more time. And who do you think you are, running around leaving scars, collecting a jar of hearts and tearing love apart? You're gonna catch a cold from the ice inside your soul, so don't come back for me. Who do you think you are? I hear you're asking all around if I'm anywhere to be found, but I have grown too strong to ever fall back in your arms. I learned to live a life, and now you want me one more time. And who do you think you are, running around leaving scars, collecting a jar of hearts and tearing love apart? You're gonna catch a cold from the ice inside your soul, so don't come back for me. Who do you think you are? And it took so long just to feel alright. Remember how to put back the light in my eyes. I wish I had missed the first time that we kissed, 'cause you broke all your promises, and now you're back. You don't get to get me back. And who do you think you are, running around leaving scars, collecting a jar of hearts and tearing love apart? You're gonna catch a cold from the ice inside your soul, so don't come back for me. Don't come back at all. And who do you think you are, running around leaving scars, collecting your jar of hearts and tearing love apart? You're gonna catch a cold from the ice inside your soul. Don't come back for me. Don't come back at all. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? Sorry. Feel that good. Oh well. I did have a big sing last night. Hmm. to believe in the days I was naive, that I've lived to see a day of justice dawn. And though I will die long before that morning comes, I'll die while believing still it will come when I am gone. Someday, when we are wiser, when the world's older, when we have learned, I pray someday we may yet live to live and let live. Someday life will be fairer, need will be rarer, greed will not pay. Godspeed this bright millennium on its way. Let it come someday. When the world's older, when things have changed, someday these dreams will all be real. Till then we'll wish upon the moon. Change will come one day, someday soon.
Right, I'll do one more and then I'm out of here.
Boy!
My immortal.
2 nights in a row for this one, eh? Let's try it, the piano.
I'm so tired of being here,
It's a full-blown house deposit, so
suppressed by all my childish fears. And if you have to leave, I wish that you would just leave, 'cause your presence still lingers here. seem to heal. This pain is just too real. There's just too much that time cannot erase. When you cried, I'd wipe away all of your tears. When you scream, I'd fight away all of your fears. And I held your hand through all of these years, but you still have all of me. You used to captivate me by your resonating light. Now I'm bound by the life you left behind. Your face, it haunts my once pleasant dreams. Your voice, it chased away all the sanity in me. These words won't seem to heal. This pain is just too real. There's just too much that time cannot erase. When you cried, I'd wipe away all of your tears. When you scream, I'd fight away all of your fears. And I held your hand through all of these years, but you still have all of me. I've tried so hard to tell myself that you're gone, but though you're still with me, I've been alone all along.
It's weird. I'm singing this in my head voice tonight. It's interesting.
And I held your hand through all of these years, but you still have all of me.
Like last night I sang it in a mixed ballad. Tonight I sang it in my head voice. Interesting. Sure.
Hopefully bribery is okay for one more. What
Oh.
it sounds like.
Look, considering I'm on my way to a lobotomy, bribery is fine. Should we try it to the piano? Nothing but the truth now. Nothing but the proof of what I'm. Worst of what I came from. Patterns I'm ashamed of. Things that even I don't understand. Tried to fix it, tried to fight it. My hair was twisted, my divided, my lies all collided. I don't know why I didn't trust you to be on my side. I broke into a million pieces and I can't go back. But now I'm seeing all the beauty in the broken glass. The sky's a part of me, darkness and harmony. My voice without the lies, this is what it sounds like. Why did I cover up the colors stuck inside my head? Should've
jagged edges meet the line. Instead, show me what's underneath. I'll find your harmony. The song we couldn't write, this is what it sounds like. We're shattering the silence, we're rising defiant, shining in the quiet, you're not alone. We listen to the demons, we let them get between us, but none of us are out here on our own. So we were cowards, so we were liars, so we're not heroes, we're still survivors, the dreamers, the fighters, no lying. I'm tired, but dive in the fire and I'll be right here by your side. We broke into a million pieces and we can't go back, but now we're seeing all the beauty in the broken glass. There's cause a part of me, darkness in harmony, my voice without the lies, this is what it sounds like. Why did we cover up the colors stuck inside our head? Get up and let the jagged edges meet the line. Instead, show me what's underneath. I'll find your harmony, fearless and undefined, this is what it sounds like. 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 This is what it, this is what it, this is what it sounds like. We broke into a million pieces and we can't go back, but now we're seeing all the beauty in the broken glass. There's cause a part of me, darkness in harmony, my voice without the lies, this is what it sounds like. Why did we cover up the colors stuck inside our head? Get up and let the jagged edges meet the light. Instead, show me what's underneath. I'll find your harmony, fearless and undefined, this is what it sounds like. My voice without the lies, this is what it sounds like. Fearless and undefined, this is what it sounds like. Truth after all this time, our voices all combine. When darkness meets the light, this is what it sounds like. Fuck. So hard to sing. Such a good song. I'll do one more.
Penelope.
Is it you? Have my prayers been answered? Is it really you standing there? Or am I dreaming once more? You look different. Your eyes look tired. Your frame is lighter. Your smile tall. Is it really you, my love?
I am not the man you fell in love with. I am not the man you once adored. I am not your kind and gentle husband. And I am not the love you knew before. Would you fall in love with me again if you knew you love me all the same. I know that you've been waiting for love.
What kinds of things did you do?
Left a trail of red on every island as I traded friends like objects I could use. Hurt more lives than I can count on my hands, but all of that was to bring me back to you. So tell me, would you fall in love with me again if you knew
I don't care how or when, no matter how long it's been in your mind. Don't tell me you're not the same person. You're always my husband, and I've been waiting. If that's true, could you do me a favor? Just a moment of labor that would bring me some peace. See that wedding bed, could you carry it over? Lift it high on your shoulder and take it far away from here.
How could you say this? I had built that wedding bed with my blood and sweat, carved it into the olive tree where we first met, a symbol of our love everlasting. Do you realize what you have asked me? The only way to move it is to cut it from its roots.
Only my husband knew that, so I guess that makes him you.
Penelope.
With you over and over again. I don't care how, where, or when, no matter how long it's been your mind. Don't tell me you're not the same person. You're always my husband, and I've been waiting, waiting,
Penelope.
waiting, waiting,
Penelope. I'm just a How long has it been? 20 years. I
I don't know if I don't think they're turning it into a real show. I know it's a concept musical. I don't know. I know he's writing a new musical now. So I don't think so. Oh, chat, tonight was a little bit of a interesting stream. It's a little up and down. I don't really feel like I got into a flow state at any point in the stream. Alas, that will happen. It's daylight and we listen too long to you. It's not possible. What do you mean you listen too long? I didn't have sewing on my bingo card or tinned fish. Yeah, that's valid.
That's debatable, but we'll...
Yeah, tinned fish should definitely be on there. Like, there is, you know, there's a less than 0% chance of tinned fish. Oh, I'm very tired. I will fall in love with you over and over again. I don't care how, where, or when. No matter how long it's been, you're mine. Will we ever see you again? Maybe. Someday. Oh no. Tomorrow? Oh, not tomorrow. Sunday. Not the emergency banana. I've been there. You've seen me with my emergency jar of sugar, which I don't have right now. Actually, can you send me Swedish candy? It's not the same. Getting it here, it's not fresh. I ran out. But I want the good stuff. I want Swedish candy straight out of Sweden. I'll pay for it. Can you send me Swedish candy? I want the specific ones. I want the ones Josie bought me. The second batch were no good. Honestly, very disappointing. I want Bubs. Can you send me some Bubs? Yeah, I know. Who am I? Jesse McCartney or Aaron Carter? Who did it? It's Aaron Carter, right? I want candy. Problematic songs. Well, chat, I get to raid Kate. No, Bubs. Swedish candy. Honestly, it's a disappointing life I have to live when I don't have a candy jar, and right now I don't have one. Yes, but you also get the licorice skulls. I'm willing to try the fucking licorice flavored candy. All right? As long as I get enough of the good stuff to balance it out. That's all. I'm not coming for the raid today. You guys can say hi to Kate. I'm not coming. I'm about to fall asleep. I need to go have some horizontal time. Honestly, if I make it out of this room before I need horizontal time, that would be a miracle. My little dog's sleeping under my desk, which means she got fed up with being static electricity'd. It must be dry today. Anyway, we'll work on that. Depending on how long tomorrow goes, there might even be a stream tomorrow. But I'm going to my friend's house for her birthday. Or just to spend some time with her. And it could go all night. I don't want to make any promises, you know what I mean? We might get a little rowdy. A little crazy, you know? I'll see you Sunday. Worst comes to worst though. Bye.